I just need to know, like, get me prepared when
Absolutely.
if that bill comes up or the opportunity.
And the good thing is,
I would like to have one.
We should get started, right? Committee will come to order. Good morning. I'm proud this committee is building on its rich history of delivering on important priorities at the very center of improving people's lives and raising the standard of living. We will begin our markup today with legislation from our Health Subcommittee. Our solutions will lower costs for Americans and provide more healthcare price transparency. Responsibly fund community health centers and diabetes research. Prevent harmful cuts to hospitals that serve the most vulnerable patients. Train more doctors in our communities and improve FDA's review of animal drugs used by farmers and pet owners. We are taking action to make the healthcare system more patient-friendly so that people can access healthcare when they need it and at a cost they can afford. Just recently, I read in the Washington Post of the craziness of the American healthcare system. Insurers denying a baby's coverage to stay in the NICU for a fourth day by saying in a letter, quote, "You're drinking from a bottle and you are, quote, breathing on your own." I can't imagine what it is like to being a new, tired parent of a NICU baby and receiving that harsh and cold letter. To put patients and their needs first, we had a long discussion about the bills in the subcommittee, in the Health Subcommittee, in both bipartisan legislative hearing and markup. Today is a very important step, but it's just a first step in our effort to improve how the healthcare system works for patients. Next, we'll move to our Communications and Technology Subcommittee and solutions to help close the digital divide and lift permitting burdens so we can deploy broadband faster with less government waste and more efficiently. High-speed broadband is an important part of our economy, yet many Americans, including in Eastern Washington, do not have access to reliable broadband. In order to deploy broadband, providers need to go through burdensome permitting processes at the federal, state, and local level. And the time to receive an approval on a permit can range from several months to several years. Congress provided an unprecedented amount of spending, more than $42 billion for broadband deployment. Without reforms to the permitting processes, this money could be wasted. Our legislation would cut the red tape and ensure that this money can reach rural, unserved Americans quickly. We're moving forward on several of these bills in bipartisan support, but I'm hopeful that to my colleagues across the aisle, we will continue to work on solutions to all of these bills. Regardless, we're going to stay focused on delivering for the American people. Finally, on spectrum, we're acting again to reauthorize the FCC's Spectrum Auction Authority, this time for 3 years. The Spectrum Auction Reauthorization Act would extend Spectrum Auction Authority, make important changes to existing spectrum auction processes, and direct spectrum auction proceeds to fund critical programs. This bill would promote our national security by providing more than $3 billion for our small communication providers to remove Huawei and ZTE from their networks. It would authorize and fund next-generation 911 technology to help our public safety officers and make sure Americans can reach emergency responders when they need it most. Most importantly, this bill is a product of long bipartisan, bicameral negotiations, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. On the energy front, we're continuing our mission to make energy more affordable and strengthen American energy security. Nuclear is a key part of our energy mix, and right now America is dangerously reliant upon Russia's supply of nuclear fuels for our existing nuclear power plant fleet. My legislation, the Prohibiting Russian Uranium Imports Act, bans fuels imported from Russia and sends a strong signal to the market that will help restore American nuclear leadership and fuel infrastructure. We will also be considering 2 bills from Representative Lesko and Armstrong that prevent DOE and CPSC from universally banning gas stoves. The Biden administration is trying to use the federal government's power to dictate every aspect of our lives, from what kind of a car we drive to how Americans are allowed to cook food for their families. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues today that are leading in this markup. It's a reflection of our most important responsibilities of the duly elected representatives of the People's House to listen to those we serve, engage in the battle of ideas, and find solutions to make people's lives better. I look forward to the discussion today. Let's get to work. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member, Representative Pallone, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
I thank the chairwoman. Today, the committee will be marking up 19 bills. We will begin by marking up 7 healthcare bills that, taken together, improve transparency and lower healthcare costs for the American people. I'm pleased we are marking up H.R. 3561, the Patient Act, which was introduced by Chair Rodgers and myself. It will improve the transparency of our healthcare system, lower costs for patients, and strengthen our healthcare workforce by reauthorizing important programs that make care accessible in the most high-need communities. The bill strengthens requirements for both hospitals and insurers to display price information in easy-to-understand formats for consumers. This is going to help both consumers and employers save money on healthcare services. The legislation reauthorizes our nation's community health centers through the end of 2025, with increased funding for a total of $4.2 billion per year. Community health centers work tirelessly to deliver high-quality, affordable health care for over 30 million patients nationwide in some of our most vulnerable communities. It also includes a 6-year reauthorization and doubles the current funding level of the Teaching Health Center graduate medical education program to support the training of primary care residents and dental residents in high-need communities. The Patient Act also cancels planned payment cuts to Medicaid disproportionate share hospitals, which provide essential care for our nation's most vulnerable populations. The committee is also considering 7 bills out of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, 6 of which are bipartisan and the result of cooperative negotiations. The Spectrum Auction Reauthorization Act, which Chair Rodgers and I introduced earlier this week, restores the Spectrum Auction Authority of the FCC, and authorizes it for 3 years. It also firmly establishes the National Telecommunications and Information Administration as the clear manager of federal spectrum holdings, and it funds 2 programs of critical importance to national security and public safety, the FCC's RIP and Replace program, and a Next Generation 911 grant program, and I'm hopeful that we can advance it through both chambers and get it enacted as soon as possible. Unfortunately, bipartisan cooperation did not extend to the majority's partisan broadband permitting bill, H.R. 3557. At last week's subcommittee markup, several of my Republican colleagues said they wanted the bill to be bipartisan, but their expectations seemed to be that Democrats would join this harmful bill with no compromise reflecting Democratic priorities and concerns. Unfortunately, Republicans insisted on a package of giveaways that trample on state and local rights and consumer and environmental protections, and therefore I will oppose this bill. We're also marking up several bipartisan energy bills that I will support. One directs the Secretary of Energy to designate energy emergency and security matters to an assistant secretary, and another strengthens our energy infrastructure's cybersecurity. We'll also consider H.R. 1042, the Prohibiting Russian Uranium Imports Act. While I support ending our dangerous reliance on Russia for enriched uranium, we cannot simply ban the importation of Russian uranium and hope that that will solve the problem. We need more domestic conversion and enrichment capabilities here at home, or else we could face steep challenges in which our nation's nuclear power reactors could struggle to find the fuel they need to operate. And that's why my staff requested that any Russian uranium ban also include investments in domestic fuel cycle infrastructure, but we were told that was not on the table, and therefore I will oppose this bill. And the final 2 bills are nothing more, in my opinion, than scare tactics designed to mislead Americans into thinking that the Biden administration is trying to ban gas stoves. They are not doing that, and Republicans have been spreading this information for months. With H.R. 1640, Republicans are trying to prevent the Department of Energy from finalizing a common-sense, congressionally mandated energy efficiency standard for new cooktops. DOE's proposal simply requires new cooktops to be more efficient, which will reduce energy bills and cut harmful indoor air pollution that disproportionately impacts children. And then H.R. 1615 establishes a dangerous precedent, in my opinion, by prohibiting the Consumer Product Safety Commission from fulfilling its responsibility to protect children and other consumers from potentially dangerous products. This bill would preemptively limit the Commission's options for addressing potential risks of gas stoves before either the CPSC or this committee have had an opportunity to fully explore the risks and potential solutions. And I think that bill should be rejected. I'll have more to say, Madam Chair, on several of these bills when they're considered during today's markup, but for now, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Latta, for what purpose? Opening statement. Recognize 5 minutes for opening statement.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning again. And today we're marking up 7 bills from the subcommittee Communications and Technology. 6 of these bills remove barriers to broadband deployment, and the final bill reauthorizes the Federal Communication Commission Spectrum Auction Authority, which expired in March. The permitting bills we are considering today are an important step in ensuring that every American has access to high-speed broadband. Since 2020, Congress has dedicated a record amount of money to support broadband deployment, culminating with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. But spending is not enough. The infrastructure law was a missed opportunity to enact meaningful permitting reform that is necessary to quickly build new networks. Today, we have the opportunity to fix that mistake. The gentleman from Georgia, the vice chair of our subcommittee, has introduced the American Broadband Deployment Act, will remove permitting barriers at all levels of government that delay or raise the cost of deployment. This bill places reasonable limitations on state and local governments for what fees they may charge, and will prevent them, as well as the federal government, from delaying application approvals through new deemed grant remedies. It will also streamline the environmental and historic review process by exempting deployments on previously disturbed lands from these reviews. These are common sense reforms that will make permitting applications less costly and more timely and more predictable. The other permitting bills on the agenda address the cumbersome and oftentimes opaque process of deploying on federal lands. These bills would establish a standard fee schedule that federal land management agencies must follow when reviewing broadband applications, create an interagency strike force to ensure that agencies prioritize reviews of broadband permitting applications, and require federal agencies to use an online portal to accept and track applications. I'm pleased that 5 of the bills we are working on are bipartisan, and I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with us on these bills. I wish we had worked together on all, especially the final bill. I am also pleased that we are marking up the Chair's Spectrum Auction Reauthorization Act for 2023, which would extend the FCC's auction authority for 3 years and fund critical public safety and national security priorities. For over 2 months, the FCC has lacked this authority, which casts doubt on their preparedness to continue future auction planning and on the U.S. commitment to wireless innovation. Last Congress, I led the Bipartisan Spectrum Innovation Act, which passed the House. Unfortunately, the Senate failed to act, and today we are once again renewing our effort to reauthorize the FCC's Spectrum Auction Authority. I look forward to working with our chair and our colleagues in the Senate to restore the FCC's auction authority as soon as possible. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes lady from California, Ms. Eshu, for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chairwoman and colleagues. Today, we're marking up 19 bills, with 7 of them originating from our Health Subcommittee. They aim to strengthen critical public health programs and increase access to high-quality care, including a bill I co-led with Chairman Guthrie entitled the Medicaid Value-Based Payments for Patients Act. I'm very proud of the hard work we've done on this bill to support and strengthen the Biden administration's efforts to provide patient access to life-saving cell and gene therapies. The MVP Act will be amended today to include technical assistance from the HHS Inspector General to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse in value-based payments. I'm very pleased that we're also voting on legislation to make major changes to the organ transplant system that's been marred by errors, delays, and a lack of accountability for too long. We're one step closer today to breaking up the monopoly currently held by the United Network for Organ Sharing and give hope to the more than 100,000 Americans awaiting organs. We're also marking up comprehensive legislation to increase price transparency across all sectors of healthcare and lower costs, including a bill I introduced with Representatives Custer and Carter and Chair Guthrie to level the playing field in negotiations between pharmacy benefit managers and health plan sponsors, which will save the federal government $2 billion over 10 years. Next, we're considering 4 energy subcommittee bills, 1 innovation, data, and commerce bill, and 7 bills from the Communications and Technology Subcommittee. Thankfully, we're marking up the Spectrum Auction Reauthorization Act, which will extend the FCC's auction authority through 2026. It's a very important bill. It also includes a bill I introduced with Congressman Hudson, the Next Generation 911 Act, which will help the U.S. upgrade their 911 systems to 21st century technology. So I look forward to a productive markup, Madam Chairwoman. We have our hands full, but that's wonderful to have our hands full. That's progress. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Guthrie for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time. In today's markup, we will consider bills that advance the goal of promoting greater patient access to quality health care and making our health care system more transparent for patients and their families. The legislation we're voting on will also drive more competition and choice in our health care system and even ensure our beloved pets maintain access to essential medicines to help them live longer and happier lives. These bills represent key priorities of the American people, and I look forward to advancing these bills to the House floor today. We have had productive bipartisan discussions leading up to this markup to ensure the legislation before us today will ultimately have the greatest impact on patients. Today, we will consider legislation to increase transparency into the prices that hospitals, laboratories, and insurance companies charge patients and employers to make sure patients are getting the greatest value possible. The legislation before us will also reauthorize numerous programs designed to bolster patient access to care, particularly for those in most need. These include addressing workforce challenges, eliminating cuts to the disproportionate share hospital program, and continuing funding for the community health centers that so many of our constituents depend on for their health care. We're also promoting access to care for vulnerable Americans who need life-saving, one-of-a-kind treatments. My bill, the Medicaid VBPs for Patients Act, or MVP Act, would provide access to the most innovative cures for Medicaid patients living with otherwise incurable, untreatable, life-threatening conditions through value-based agreements. We're talking about patients with diseases such as sickle cell and debilitating bleeding disorders. I want to personally thank Representative Eshu for her leadership to take on this bill with me that will ultimately save lives and promote long-term savings for state and Medicaid programs. Further, our hearings have shown us how lower costs and higher quality of care can be achieved through policies that promote competition and choice. One of these policies will ensure seniors aren't paying more for drugs because of the location that the drug is administered. Seniors shouldn't pay more for the same drug and same level of care in one setting than the other. And this policy is a first step towards a broader reform. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and particularly our staffs on both sides of the aisle, for how deeply they've engaged everyone has been on these issues, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further opening statements. Lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 4 of the bills we're considering today come from the Energy Subcommittee. H.R. 1042 is the bill on Russian uranium, and as the ranking member said, I don't think there's anybody on this committee who would think that reliance on Russian uranium is a good thing, and we should never be in a position where we're reliant on an adversary for the resources we need. But I'm still scratching my head from last week because, as the ranking member said, the bill does nothing to address the fact that we don't have enough domestic uranium here, and also we need to provide the long-term solution. And so I hope we can work across the aisle to fix this as the bill goes forward and we can all support it. The next bill, 1640, is again an attempt to stir people's emotions because it kills a congressionally mandated rulemaking process that seeks to save Americans money on their energy costs, but it doesn't impact gas stoves. As I said in the subcommittee markup, the Department of Energy is not coming to take away your gas stove, period. What it's trying to do is make your next stove more energy efficient. We also have H.R. 3277, which elevates the head of the Office of Cybersecurity to an assistant secretary level position, and 1160 that allows DOE to require information on cybersecurity incidents. These are non-controversial. In addition to these bills out of the Energy Committee, I just want to highlight briefly 3 other bipartisan measures I introduced that are included in H.R. 3561. The first, with Mr. Bilirakis, will reauthorize funding for the Special Diabetes Program to continue our nation's ongoing research to better treat, prevent, and eventually cure diabetes. The funding provided by this program has already helped fuel the discovery of new treatments and technologies to help improve the lives of more than 37 million Americans living with diabetes. The second measure with Representatives Clark, Crenshaw, and Burgess is the Supporting Safety Net Hospitals Act, which would prevent nearly $250 million in cuts to safety net hospitals in my home state of Colorado alone. These hospitals provide care to some of the most vulnerable in our community, and so this would give them the care they need. The final measure with Congresswoman Miller Meeks is the Diagnostic Lab Testing Transparency Act, which will help lower health care costs for those seeking diagnostic lab services by requiring labs to display the cash price for their services, giving patients more tools to lower out-of-pocket costs. So I urge my colleagues to support all of these 3 measures, and there's some other great legislation in here. I yield back.
Back, further opening statements. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning and welcome to today's markup, where we'll consider and move forward 19 bills, including a number of health care bills that will extend crucial public health programs, reauthorize animal drug user fees, and provide price transparency and competition to address the skyrocketing costs of health care. We're also looking to advance numerous pieces of legislation that will ensure American broadband and communications leadership and additional American independence in our energy supply chain. Lastly, under the Innovation, Data, and Commerce Subcommittee, we will move forward with H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act, for my good friend, Representative Kelly Armstrong. Earlier this year, we heard disturbing reports about the Consumer Product Safety Commission considering a universal nationwide ban on gas stoves, which would be an assault on individual consumer freedom and choice to decide what works best for their kitchens. The CPSC then moved forward with a request for information to learn more about gas stove hazards and emissions. Republicans are united with the American people and disgust with the idea of banning gas stoves. I appreciate Representative Armstrong for offering this legislation, which will prohibit the CPSC from using federal dollars to regulate or issue enforcement regulations on gas stoves as a banned product, or if the regulations prohibit the sale or substantially increases the price of gas stoves. It's unfortunate that this legislation is necessary, but sadly, this is where we are with the current administration, and many progressive states and cities have already taken action, including in California and New York, to ban new gas stoves altogether. Ironically, in Palo Alto, where a gas stove ban has been enacted, the city issued an exemption for one specific celebrity chef who argued that gas appliances were necessary to achieve their signature complex flavors. This type of carve-out is hypocrisy at its finest and proof why we need H.R. 1615 to prohibit this vast regulatory overreach. I look forward to advancing this and all the bills we have on the agenda today, and I thank the chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Illinois, Ms. Strzykowski, for purposes of an opening statement, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really look forward to the many very good bills that we're going to be dealing with today, including one where Representative Bilirakis and I share that has to do with health ownership transparency, which is so important. And I also look forward to advancing critical legislation that will make sure that we continue to fund our community health centers that are so wonderful for our communities. I do want to say something about this last-minute gas stove legislation. You know, those of us who have gas stoves were surprised by what the Consumer Product Safety Commission was looking at. But I support the idea that we do some research. I want to know, as an owner, are there hazards? And to say that we're just going to pass legislation that says the CPSC can't do anything, I think is really premature. Let's allow the CPSC and the experts to do the kind of research. I want to know if this is harmful to our children, to ourselves. And there were no hearings, there were no markups, there was no nothing in this committee. So I absolutely believe that we can come to some consensus on a bipartisan basis. But just to say no without any kind of research, I think does not make any sense. I'll talk more about that later, but I look forward to the many good bills that we are going to be working together on, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Rodgers, for holding this markup, which includes 4 important bills to preserve American energy leadership and security. First, we'll be taking up 2 bills to protect against cyber threats to our critical energy infrastructure. Mr. Wahlberg and Ms. Schreier introduced the Critical Energy Infrastructure Act, which authorizes DOE to require critical electric infrastructure owners and operators to share information regarding cybersecurity incidents with DOE. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill, as enhanced coordination between the energy sector and the federal government will improve our grid against cyber attacks. The next cybersecurity bill will be taken up as H.R. 3277, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, introduced by Representative Wahlberg and Blunt Rochester. This bill will elevate the leadership of the Department of Energy's emergency response and cybersecurity functions to the Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary level. This reflects the importance of DOE being the sector risk management agency to coordinate and prepare for and respond to all threats and hazards to our energy supply. The next bill we'll mark up is H.R. 1042, prohibiting Russian and uranium imports, introduced by Chair Rodgers and my colleague, Mr. Latta. Prohibits the importation of unirradiated, fresh, and unused low-enriched uranium produced in the Russian Federation. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill, which is necessary as Russian imports account for about 20% of the U.S. market. We should not be vulnerable to Russia for our energy needs, and this bill makes clear that Russian fuel, after a date certain, will no longer be available to the U.S. market. This will give the industry the certainty it needs to invest and build out the necessary infrastructure to develop a made-in-America domestic supply chain system for nuclear fuel. And finally, I would like to thank Congresswoman Lesko for introducing H.R. 1640, Save Our Gas Stoves Act, which I'm also a co-sponsor of. This bill will prohibit the Secretary of Energy from implementing an energy conservation standard to effectively phase out gas stoves. Americans should be free to choose what cooking product they use in their home, or any appliance, really, and this bill ensures that. So I urge my colleagues to support legislation in front of us today, which puts American people first, prioritizes delivering affordable, reliable, and clean energy to all Americans. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Matsui for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I said at the Communications and Technology Subcommittee markup, I'm proud of the bipartisan bills we've advanced, but remain concerned about the partisan legislation, which I believe will be counterproductive. There's no doubt that scrutiny of the broadband permitting process is needed. This is especially true as federal funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law starts flowing to the states. I recently held a broadband roundtable in my district with federal, state, and local officials. This type of collaboration should be our North Star for closing the digital divide. The bipartisan bills on the agenda today do just that. However, the partisan bill before us would reinforce a combative rather than a collaborative relationship with local governments. Local governments in my district are concerned about heavy-handed preemption in the partisan bill on the agenda today. I encourage the members of this committee to reach out to their mayors and city council members. I'm sure they'll share these concerns. These local officials understand the challenges they face better than anyone. They know where broadband is available, where it's not, and the barriers they face to connectivity. So I hope we can refocus our efforts through a lens of collaboration and local expertise. Because without feedback from those actually living in unserved communities, I'm worried our efforts will fall short. So again, I'm excited about the bipartisan bills and hopeful we can course correct a misguided approach taken by the partisan bill today. With that, Madam Chair, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Seeing none, the chair calls up H.R. 1418 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report. Is the mic on?
Committee print showing the text is favorably forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health on May 17th.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman, Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rodgers and Ranking Member Pallone, for holding this markup. I'm proud to champion the 5th reauthorization of the Animal Drug User Fee Act with my colleague and Congresswoman Schreier. This important legislation is critical to ensuring safe and effective drugs for our nation's livestock industry and farm animals for the next 5 years. Farmers, ranchers, and rural communities across southern Indiana rely on veterinary medicines and therapeutics produced by animal drug manufacturers. Innovators in the Hoosier State, like Elanco Animal Health, are leading the charge to keep America's farm animals safe and healthy. This legislation would preserve the security of our nation's food supply by making certain the medications administered to food-producing animals are safe for animal and human health. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues to ensure this legislation passes on the House floor and reaches the President's desk. I urge support for final passage of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion or anyone? Lady from Washington, for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak on the underlying bill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Representative Pence, the chair, the ranking member, and committee staff for their hard work on this bipartisan bill. This bill will allow the FDA, through its Center of Veterinary Medicine, to approve necessary drugs and medications for companion animals and livestock. It will accelerate the development of medications for animals and promote a more predictable and streamlined review process. It'll hold the FDA accountable to performance goals and timelines that will enhance inspection times and provide some regulatory certainty. And it'll preserve the security of our nation's food supply by making sure that the medicines we give to food-producing animals are safe for animal and human health. This is important to all of us. If you have a sick pet, you trust that the medications your veterinarian is prescribing are safe, and ADUFA ensures these medications get to market. And in my district, farmers, ranchers, dairymen also rely on these FDA-approved medications to keep their livestock healthy. For them, keeping those animals healthy is not just about affection for them or responsibility for them. It is critical for food production, food safety, human health, and their economic livelihood. Having timely access to affordable, effective medications is critical. So I'm happy to go to bat for our rural areas and our agriculture community with this legislation. I want to thank Representative Pence for working together on this, and I also encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. I yield back.
Lady yields back. Does anyone seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Are there bipartisan amendments to the bill?
I have an amendment.
Are there other amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, gentlelady is recognized for her amendment.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes,
Raise
for what
parliamentary-
purpose?
Parliamentary order, I would like to reserve the right to object at the appropriate time.
A point of order is reserved. Ms. Berrigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment today underscores this committee's focus on innovation by supporting new animal feeds that can be used to promote human and animal health.
Excuse me, real quick. I failed. Yeah, I see it here. We need to report the amendment. So if the lady would suspend, gentlelady suspend, clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print of H.R. 1418, offered by Ms.
Without
Baraghan.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The point of order is recognized, and now the ladies are recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment today underscores this committee's focus on innovation by supporting new animal feeds that can be used to promote human and animal health. I offered a similar amendment last week at our subcommittee markup, and I withdrew it with the hopes that the majority would work on this pro-business, pro-agriculture, pro-farmers, and pro-environment policy. This amendment would clarify FDA's authorities and expectations for new zootechnical animal food substances, which have the potential to, number one, reduce pathogens like salmonella in animals intended for human consumption. Number two, support animal health by improving their microbiome. And number three, reduces waste and emissions produced by animals. Under current law, companies must go through the lengthy drug application process to make claims about the beneficial effects of these products on product labeling. This has kept many products off the shelves, limiting access to farmers and other animal owners. The amendment I'm offering this week improves on the amendment from last week by focusing on the scope of the policy and makes clear that the amendment does not authorize the Secretary to require anybody to use these products. These new animal feeds would only exist as options for farmers, pet owners, and veterinarians. This policy has bipartisan support in the Senate and has the support of the FDA, farmers, and the leaders in the agricultural industry, including the National Milk Producers Federation. It also has support of innovators in the animal food industry, including the National Grain and Feed Association, and the support of environmental organizations. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts to work with the chair, I regret that our office has told us they will not support this amendment. I will continue to keep the door open to working with my colleagues who want to provide opportunities for innovation as well as food safety in the future. And with that, I will wait to hear from other colleagues to speak on the amendment, but I will intend to withdraw it. For now, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Pence?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I urge opposition to the amendment, but support the underlying policy. This amendment offered by my colleague is an important opportunity to reduce the regulatory impact on feed additives in the agricultural livestock industry. By redesigning the regulatory structure of zootechnical animal food substances, this policy could spur needed innovation to provide our farmers with more tools to improve the health of their livestock. It's important innovative feed companies also have a regulatory pathway that incentivizes research and development for products that help farmers nourish their animals and support their profitability. However, given the year-long process of stakeholder engagement and input from FDA to draft this legislation, I believe this policy is not yet ready for consideration at this time. I support the agency's ongoing work to engage industry on this policy and move the ball forward for our nation's farmers. I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Pallone, ranking members recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word in support of the amendment. The amendment offered by Representative Barragan will provide new options for novel animal feed to interested farmers, veterinarians, and pet owners who want to better understand the benefits of some food additives for their animals. The amendment will specifically allow animal food producers to make claims about their products if they reduce foodborne pathogens of human health significance, alter the animal's gastrointestinal microbiome, or affect byproducts of the digestive process in animals. By informing farmers and other consumers of the availability of these products, we can reduce the spread of foodborne illnesses such as Salmonella and E. coli, and reduce emissions of greenhouse gases like methane, as well as nitrogen and phosphorus. Nearly 15% of all global greenhouse gases come from cattle emitting methane, and we may be able to reduce that significantly just by including algae or seaweed in cattle feed. This is the kind of easy, common-sense option we should be encouraging. This amendment is narrowly tailored to address specific needs of consumers who want new options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or improve the health and safety of their animals and the humans who rely on them. As we've tried to engage with your staff on the language, we have listened to concerns that have arisen and have worked to address them. The amendment includes specific rule of construction language clarifying that it does not mandate the use of these products or any food products and only exists as an option for animal owners. It also specifically clarifies that these products are not drugs and cannot make claims that the products can treat or prevent any diseases. I continue to remain mystified why the majority cannot accept this amendment because I do think it's a win-win. It has the support of FDA, animal feed, and farming industries, including the National Milk Producers Federation, as well as leading environmental groups like the Environmental Defense Fund. It's just allowing feed producers to make innovative claims about the properties of their food that is supported by science, and nobody's forcing anyone to use this particular type of feed. How much more free market can you get? What is the regulatory burden posed by this amendment? I hope that all my colleagues, including my colleagues in the majority, many of whom represent large agricultural areas, will come around and work with us to support innovation and new options for this constituents, like what's proposed in this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment? Chair recognizes the lady from Washington, Ms. Schreier, for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak on this amendment, in support of this amendment. I want to echo the comments of the ranking member and thank Representative Barragan for raising this issue. I'm excited about this amendment to support the study of food additives and their potential benefits for animals and their environment. Feed additives, as you've heard, can have myriad issues. There's nutritional additives like vitamins, proteins that can impact growth rates in beef cattle, and proteins that have been shown to increase milk production, and proteins that have, in fact, seaweed that has been shown in some cases to suppress methane emissions from animals. We want to keep up with innovation, and having a pathway to approve additives in a timely manner, in a manner that people can trust, makes sense. This is important to farmers, supported by the FDA, and giving FDA the appropriate tools to review novel food additives in a safe and efficient manner really should not be a contentious issue. I look forward to supporting farmers and industry, support this language, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the sponsors indicated that she will withdraw the amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question is on H.R. 1418 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Aye. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Aye. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Aye. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Aye. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Aye. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Excuse me, Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blount-Rochester. Ms. Blount-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Strahan. Mr. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers.
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 49 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 2544 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2544, a bill to improve the organ procurement and transplantation network and
Without
for other
objection, the
purposes.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendments at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Madam Chair,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
move to strike the last word to speak in favor of the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Securing the U.S. Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network Act, or H.R. 2544, which I introduced with my colleague Robin Kelly, seeks to improve our National Organ Procurement and Transplant Network, OPTN, program, which is overseen by HRSA and run through a contract with the United Network for Organ Sharing. According to increasing numbers of reports, the OPTN struggles to obtain and distribute organs in an efficient, timely, and appropriate manner. In fact, it is believed that thousands of donated organs go to waste each year because the process of obtaining organs, matching them to a recipient, and transporting them is not happening effectively. With the technology and expertise available today, this is utterly unacceptable. H.R. 2544 allows HRSA to improve the OPTN program. It clarifies that HRSA does not have to implement a single contract for all aspects of the program and encourages a competitive process to choose the best contractors for each OPTN function. As a physician in Congress, my focus with this legislation is on ensuring that HRSA has the authority that it needs to act on behalf of patients and ensure that the best innovators are able to compete and play their part in saving lives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the legislation? Ms. Kelly For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairwoman, McMorris, Rodgers, and Ranking Member Pallone for holding this bipartisan markup and including H.R. 2544, the Securing U.S. Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network Act, that I was very proud to co-lead with the Vice Chair of the Health Subcommittee, Dr. Bouchan. Around 6,000 Americans die each year while waiting for organ transplants, with the problem being even more acute for people of color and people in rural communities. Black people are 4 times more likely to develop kidney failure than white people, but they are much less likely to receive a life-saving kidney transplant. These are tragic inequities that are unacceptable. Everyone deserves an equal chance at living a full life. To achieve this most basic measure of fairness, there must be reforms to the organ procurement process. To learn that some of the issues of organ procurement and transplantation include life-saving organs being lost or destroyed in transit unacceptable. That is why I was glad to see HRSA's leadership announcing the Organ Procurement Transplant Network, OPTN, Modernization Initiative. As our country continues to move forward at a rapid pace with new technologies becoming available every day, we owe it to our constituents to bring our medical practices into the 21st century and save lives. The Securing the U.S. Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network Act would allow the contract for the OPTN to be competitively bid, expands the pool of entities that are eligible to compete for the contracts, and makes other reforms to the organ procurement system, such as removing the appropriations cap on the OPTN contracts. This bill complements HRSA's recently announced goal of modernizing the network. I was honored that this bill passed the Health Subcommittee with unanimous support, and I encourage my colleagues here today to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 2544. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchan.
Aye.
Mr. Bouchan votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Craig, or excuse me, Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Strahan. Mr. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers?
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Any other members seeking to be recorded? Mr. Clerk, how is Ms. Dingle recorded?
Ms. Dingle is not recorded. Ms. Dingle votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 2666 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print showing the text of H.R. 2666 as favorably forwarded by the Subcommittee on Health on May 17th, 2023. H.R.
Without
2666.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is open for amendments at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Have an amendment when you're ready.
You seek to be recognized on the bill?
Yes, I just want to strike the last word.
Okay. Ms. Masui is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word and speak on this bill. Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Eshoo, thank you for your work on this important issue to the rare disease community. You are both such excellent champions of rare disease policy. I'm grateful for your partnership in this work. I have long worked on policies to advance the science of rare disease therapies and expand access to care. I am a strong supporter of cell and gene therapies, which hold promise for so many patients with rare diseases. However, I am hesitant to support a bill that may result in unintended consequences for drug pricing. It's too early for us to tell how the rule this bill codifies will affect state Medicaid programs and patients. We need more time for the rule to be fully implemented before we codify a policy that could have impacts beyond rare disease. For that reason, I will be voting no today, but I look forward to continuing to work on these issues with my colleagues. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Dr. Joyce for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer my support of H.R. 2666, the MVP Act, of which I was proud to be an original co-sponsor when it was introduced by Chairman Guthrie along with Ranking Member Eshoo earlier this year. I would also like to thank the committee for advancing this critical legislation here today. Gene therapies have the potential to treat, in some cases, ultimately cure genetic disorders at the root cause, providing long-term benefits and improving the quality of life for patients. Because many of these treatments are curative, the current reimbursement system fails to reflect the value of these therapies, nor does it offer states the needed flexibility to provide adequate coverage for those under Medicaid. The bill before us today would provide regulatory certainty for every state by codifying Medicaid rules that permit multiple reporting of best prices to help states enter value-based payment arrangements to pay for the curative cell and gene therapies over time. The certainty is necessary as states enter into these long-term agreements so that the rug can't be pulled out from under the patients who need to access these life-saving therapies. These value-based purchasing arrangements for gene therapy products ensure that the price of gene therapy is based on its clinical outcomes and the value it provides to patients and the healthcare system, thus ultimately protecting limited state Medicaid budgets. Overall, this bill is about access. and it would ensure that Medicaid patients have the same access to game-changing novel gene therapies and the long-term benefits and improved quality of life that they provide as those patients with private insurance. It is important to remember that two administrations from different parties agree on this role, and I hope that members on both sides of the aisle can come together on this today. I urge adoption of this important legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my concerns about H.R. 266 at the MV Act. While I appreciate the sponsor's intent, I fear this bill will not lower the cost of prescription drugs and could, in fact, increase drug costs to state Medicaid programs and the federal government. And for these reasons, I can't support the bill and urge my colleagues to join me in voting no. The MVP Act would permanently codify in statute a Trump-era regulation that effectively changed the definition of best price in Medicaid, supposedly in an effort to encourage commercial insurance plans to adopt value-based payment models. As my colleagues know, the Medicaid best price policy ensures that state Medicaid programs are able to obtain discounts on drugs equal to the best discount available on the private market. I want to make it clear at the outset that the regulation this bill would codify already has the full force and effect of law. If a drug manufacturer and a commercial insurance plan want to enter into a value-based arrangement today, they can. At our subcommittee markup, one of our members suggested that we wait and see how the rule is implemented and if the concerns raised by the stakeholders play out. And I couldn't agree more. The bottom line is that this legislation, in my opinion, is a solution in search of a problem, and we should wait to see how the rule operates before codifying it permanently in statute. I want to be clear about one thing. State Medicaid programs do not need this bill to enter into value-based payment arrangements. State Medicaid programs can already do this under current law, and some states have. This bill is also not about expanding access to drugs in Medicaid. The law already requires Medicaid to cover essentially every FDA-approved drug. If an innovative new therapy comes to market, you can be assured that Medicaid will cover it and can even enter into a value-based payment arrangement to cover it, even without this legislation or the Trump regulation that it would codify. Instead, what this bill does is blow a giant hole in Medicaid best price and raises drug costs to the Medicaid program. The Bipartisan National Association of Medicaid Directors said that the policy, quote, would greatly favor drug manufacturers over states, undermine best price protections that ensure the sustainability of Medicaid pharmacy budgets, and place substantial strain on state administrative resources. Similarly, the Nonpartisan Medicaid and CHIP Payment and Access Commission, or MACPAC, said the policy is, quote, of questionable benefit to Medicaid and expressed concerns that the policy could create a loophole such that the primary purpose drug manufacturers may enter into these payment models would be to lower their Medicaid drug rebates. And the Georgetown University Center on Children and Families called the policy seriously flawed and said that the policy would essentially gut best price. At the subcommittee markup, it was suggested that the final rule addressed most of these concerns, but unfortunately that is not the case. MACPAC said in technical comments on the bill, quote, while the final rule did make some changes, most of our comments and concerns still apply. Similarly, the National Association of Medicaid Directors have communicated that they remain concerned about the CMS rule that this bill would codify. So supporters of this legislation claim that states will be able to benefit from these arrangements because drug companies will have to offer them to Medicaid. In theory, that may sound good on paper, but the reality is that state Medicaid programs do not have the resources to implement or administer these payment models. National Association of Medicaid Directors and MACPAC both cited the incredible administrative burden, with MACPAC going as far as to say that, quote, it's hard to see how states could possibly track patient outcomes in the manner necessary to implement these payment models. The reality is that most states simply will not be able to implement these payment arrangements. The bottom line is that this policy could substantially shift costs to states and the federal government and undermine Medicaid's best price protections without providing any real benefit to the Medicaid program. Now, given these comments, I am deeply concerned that the regulation could weaken Medicaid best price protections and increase costs for states and the federal government. I do not think we should double down on the problematic approach of the Trump-era regulation by permanently codifying it in federal law. In fact, I plan to encourage the Biden administration to consider repealing this regulation. Ultimately, the reason that Big Pharma wants this bill to pass is because they're playing a one-sided game, in my opinion, with a stacked deck. They will come out ahead in these arrangements, and state Medicaid agencies, taxpayers, and consumers will be left holding the bag. And there's no magic here that will somehow magically reduce drug costs. There's only Big Pharma taking a bigger share of the pie. So I appreciate my colleagues' efforts, but I'm afraid that this is not the right approach. I can't support the bill and would urge members to join me in voting no. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've worked hard with my good friend Ranking Member Eshoo to address the concerns that just been brought up. And so before people vote against having Medicaid programs provide life-saving treatments to the poorest of Americans, I want to make sure they have the most current information on what this bill does. One, you hear criticism. So this is what we're doing. We're allowing Medicaid programs, which 40% of Kentuckians are. So they talk about drug pricing. This isn't manufacturer just drug pricing. What we're talking about is therapies, cell editing, CAR T therapies. They're not just what's produced by drug companies and sold and with prescriptions. These are therapies that people have access to. These are therapies that cure sickle cell by going in and editing someone's gene, and it requires a bone marrow transplant. These are the type things that we were talking about, not just there's some high drug out there to deal with. And so how do Medicaid programs who have hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenses and they have annual budgets deal with these over time? That's what we're trying to solve. We're trying to make sure the poorest of us have access to these wonderful therapies that are coming out. And so that's what we're trying to solve. And so we're going on old information that we've worked on to fix. One is that people say, well, why codify this now because it's already in the rule? Well, one, I think Congress ought to make its statement that we want people, the poorest of us, to have access to these treatments. I think we should make that statement and we put and codify it because these value-based agreements can take years to develop. And we all know, we had a hearing on energy yesterday when somebody was concerned about the regulatory uncertainty that goes on. We can put certainty into this now, and it's important to do so. And on the argument that it's going to be a giveaway to drug companies, the CMS has put forth, I think the comment from the Medicaid drug administrators comes from 2020, and under the Biden administration, they put into the rule that we've incorporated into the law fixes to what was just commented. So before people vote no based on 2020 information and denying people in Medicaid access to these treatments, they need to know that it was fixed by the Biden administration. It's in this bill before us, and it ensures that state Medicaid programs still get a discount on all drugs. The legislation requires manufacturers to submit value-based best price as well as non-value-based best prices, and states have the decision whether to enter into these or not. So I used to be in state government. A lot of us here used to be in state government. You know that most states have to balance their budget. We know the state of Massachusetts Medicaid program is limiting the up end of what they pay for Medicaid. I think, and I could be corrected, but I think it's $100,000 on some treatment. Like I said, to cure sickle cell, you literally edit the gene that causes sickle cell. And it is, my understanding, if I understand, I'm not a scientist, it requires a bone marrow transplant, but the people who have gone through this have no symptoms. They are cured. They are absolutely cured of this. And so we're not just talking about drug manufacturers putting out drug prices and keeping their label and trying to prevent generics from coming to the marketplace. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, I don't know how much that kind of program will cost. Let's say it costs $500,000. Somebody who lives a full life without sickle cell? But state Medicaid programs have to balance the cost and make it balanced. So what we're saying is instead of paying, I'm making up this number, say it's $500,000. Instead of paying $500,000 for this case, for this human being to have a better life this year, we're going to spread it out over 10 years. So we'll pay $100,000 over 10 years. And talking about giveaway to Big Pharma, the people who sign these agreements, the states can say, if we don't get the treatment, if the person is not cured, and we're not paying we have to pay $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year for them like we have been, then we don't pay for the drug. And so there's skin in the game from all sides. But the bottom line is Congress is making its statement today, this committee, in addressing the issues that were raised, were real issues raised by some of my friends, have been addressed. So Congress is making this committee so the poorest of us, those who are on Medicaid, have access to these life-saving, life-changing, wonderful therapies that are coming down the pike. And that's the opportunity that we're going to have to vote on in just a few minutes. And if there's any concern, I know that if you want to ask the ranking member, she can certainly walk you through how we fixed the issues that have been raised before. So before you vote on this, make sure you're not operating on 2020 information. Make sure you're operating on 2023 information. I would just encourage you to do that. I yield back.
Would the gentleman just yield?
Yeah, I'll yield.
I just wanted to enter into the record the comments that MacPac made where they say, while the final rule does make some changes, most of our comments and concerns still apply, and they go on in this document to explain why they're still opposed. If I could ask unanimous
Without
consent.
objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Ruiz for 5 minutes to strike the last word. Oh, Mr. Peters? Oh, Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, ranking member on health. is
Thank you.
recognized for 5
Thank
minutes.
you, Madam Chairwoman. I seek recognition to strike the last word on 2666. First of all, I think that members really have to think this through. This is to bring these services that are really miracles for people up to date 2023. If this were all the awful things that our ranking member has described, the administration would be opposed to it. They're not. The administration has kept the policy and continued implementing it. A lot of words thrown around about MacPac and NAMD. They've not taken an official position on this bill. This bill expands patient access to new cell and gene therapies that have the potential to treat or even cure, as has been said, diseases such as sickle cell disease, hemophilia, cancer, type 1 diabetes. These are killers. These are killers. And we have a responsibility to move the needle. It does this by updating. It's updating the current 30-year-old Medicaid rules to allow for this new value-based payment arrangement. And under these arrangements, if a promised cure doesn't work for a particular patient, then drug companies have to pay a refund. Boy, is that menacing, huh? That's really deeply disturbing. On the Democratic side, that's disturbing to you? But that zero price can distort how Medicaid payments are calculated. So the bill addresses that distortion to make it easier for Medicaid enrollees and privately insured patients to access the new treatments. It's been argued that this bill is unneeded because rulemaking already has the force of law. First, while the bill codifies the new CMS authority, it also improves it. The law adjusts the calculation. This gets a little hairy if you don't want to get into the weeds, but some of the weeds are really important. It adjusts the calculation of average manufacturer price and average sales price to make sure the measures are not incorrectly lowered by value-based agreements. These changes make sure that state Medicaid plans get a higher minimum rebate and doctors are actually reimbursed for providing the drug under Part B. I've been around here for a long time and have served on this subcommittee since my second term. Majority, minority. I've never done anything that was injurious to anyone enrolled in Medicaid. Protected, expanded, research, development, you name it, I've been there. So I think that the work that we have done on this really captures what we want the future to be. And to make it available, Medicaid recipients you all know, are the poorest of the poor in our country. This is not for the upper crust of my district in Silicon Valley. I think that we've taken every step that we could take to make this strong, to make it fair, and to update. I think that it's exciting. I don't find the future menacing. I think something that's been around for 30 years, we should at least take a look at and work to bring it up to the 21st century. So I'm proud of our work product. The Biden administration continued the Medicaid changes to allow for more value-based payment arrangements that are included in this bill. Again, Democrats, the Biden administration is not opposed to this. So I don't know why we are some here at the committee. These value-based payments are voluntary. Did you know that? Did you maybe read it last night to prepare for this? If they're not a good deal or too burdensome, then commercial payers can insist on traditional discounts in exchange for coverage. So I think wherever there's each side of the coin, we have made accommodations for that, but also, very importantly, to capture the future so that these treatments for the poorest of the poor in our country, that they too have a chance for life and for a cure. And that is really the guiding principle to this legislation. So, colleagues, I'm proud to be a part of this effort. I think it's an important one, and I hope that you will support it. As the administrator of CMS said, you're very interested, CMS, in helping states pursue outcome-based options for Medicaid. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rapid advancements in medical science have brought us groundbreaking treatments like cell and gene therapies, and these therapies have the potential to cure conditions once deemed incurable, like cancers and genetic disease. But what good are these medical breakthroughs if the most vulnerable patients among us cannot access or afford them? Medicaid beneficiaries should not be deprived of the life-changing possibilities that these therapies offer. The MVP Act would allow states to enter value-based purchasing agreements. You get what you pay for. If you don't get it, you don't pay for it. And this will help Medicaid recipients gain access to the cutting-edge treatments based on their efficacy rather than the patient's ability to foot the bill. By embracing value-based purchasing agreements, we can align the incentives of industry and Medicaid programs, ensuring that Medicaid patients can access the most effective treatments at a fair price. So I urge my colleagues to join me, Chairman Guthrie, and Ranking Member Eshoo in voting to pass this bill and expand access to life-saving treatments for low-income Americans who need them the most. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the bill? Are there bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there other amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman, Mr. Guthrie has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2666, offered by Mr. Guthrie. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert
Without
the following.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I probably got a little vocal on the last time I spoke, but this is a passion for me. It absolutely is. I think every single one of us have just company after company coming forward, and they're not big. They're not typically the ones that are brand name pharmaceutical companies. They're little startup and bio startups, a lot of them in Massachusetts and in San Francisco and all the surrounding areas that are talking about these wonders of science that they're bringing forward. And I remember the first, I had a friend growing up that had sickle cell, and that really struck me that, and as you hear the things that they can do, the first thing you think, first thing you think of is how it's going to change people's lives, but you can't help but think of, wow, there's all these miracles coming down the path. How are we going to afford to pay for it? And when the first discussion of value-based agreements was brought to me, it was a company that does hemophilia that they have people that they feel they can cure. Certain, genetics are all different, and there's certain people with certain genetic types that they can actually cure. And I remember getting excited about it, and it turned out that Mark Wayne Mullen, our friend who's a senator working with Kurt Schrader, were already working on this bill, and I didn't want to wrestle Mark Wayne to get the lead sponsorship for it, but when he went to the Senate, it was an opportunity to do exactly what I was sitting there listening. How do you hear these things coming down the pack, and it's not just how's Medicare going to pay for it, how's Medicaid going to pay for it, how's the private sector going to pay for it, but my goodness, we certainly want CAR T therapies. We saw what happened with some of the research that brought the vaccine on as quickly as it did. And so medical research is important, and we don't get the products that we want if they just don't produce them for free. And how do we get these? And so I talked previously about it. This is an amendment in the nature of substitute to make technical corrections. I just say that because some think tanks downtown think this is bad, I think all of us need to look at it ourselves and go on the current information, what the current bill does. And I know it was supported by the Trump administration. That's been brought up, a Trump-era rule. This is actually a Biden-era rule as well. And with improvements that CMS has made, we had it testify, the CMS administrator here is for this. And so if I would have thought a bill, if somebody had come to me and said, we're going to have a bill that's going to set up a way for Medicaid to pay for people to get access to these miracle treatments, I would have thought that would have been a 435 to nothing bill. And it's disappointing that it appears it's not going to be. I'm passionate about it. As you can see, I can't wait to the day to see people that had sickle cell walk around and say, boy, I've never felt better in my life. And that's coming. The technology's actually there. We just got to make it available to people. And this bill does that. This amendment is technical corrections. I encourage its pass. And if no one wants my time, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Discussion on the amendment? You want to speak on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, she has an amendment too. You have an amendment, okay. The gentlelady from California is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Oh, and the clerk will report.
I seek recognition because I have an amendment at the desk. It's numbered 01.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2666, offered by Ms. Eshu.
Okay, the clerk will suspend with the reading. Lady from California, Ms. Eshu,
Thank you, Madam
recognized for
Chairwoman.
5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment, take a deep breath. It's not a heavy lift. This amendment makes technical changes at CMS's request to clarify their rulemaking authority for the calculation of average manufacturer price and clarifies which discounts from value-based payments should not be counted in the calculation of average sale price. And that's it.
Madam Chair, would the ranking member yield to a
I'd
question?
be happy to.
Does this amendment address what was been discussed earlier? I believe it does, that people can't use fraud and abuse in terms of gaming the price, so it addresses some of the concerns from the 2020. I believe that's accurate, isn't it not?
It
It does
allows
address
it,
some
yeah.
concerns that have been
It
raised.
allows CMS to continue rulemaking.
So the adoption of this
very
amendment
important.
allows them to
Yes.
continue, so people can feel free that if they had concerns coming into this meeting, they're being addressed with your amendment. I just wanted to see if that's clarified. I yield back to the gentlelady from California.
And I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield just?
I'd be glad to.
I'm not commenting on the amendment to the AINS and the AINS itself, but I just wanted to point out that, as my colleagues have said, the current rule allows for what they're suggesting, but what we're doing, I hope everyone understands, is making that rule permanent. And the problem with that is that I think the jury is still out as to whether or not this is a good idea. And that's why MacPac and all these other Medicaid organizations are concerned, because what we feel, and I think the Biden administration feels the same way, and even the CMS administrator feels the same way, is that let's let this rule play out and see whether or not it does have a damaging effect on Medicaid and the administration of Medicaid and the cost to Medicaid, rather than making it permanent now when we don't know what the final result will be. So I just want everyone to understand that, and again, I don't want
Yeah,
to
I
put
want
words.
to reclaim my time.
Sure.
It's not unusual to codify a rule in order to improve upon it and provide certainty around the authority. In fact, during this same markup today, right here, we're codifying two other rules that were originally published by the Trump administration, the Hospital Price Transparency Rule and Insurance Transparency Rule. So we keep going round and round on this. This is uncomfortable on the Democratic side. And I just want to say the following to my colleagues. Go with the substance. This is not whether you choose Frank or me. You're not hurting my feelings. This is serious business here about Medicaid beneficiaries and what they can benefit from. And that's why I'm on this. That's why I worked on it. I believe in it. And I yield back.
Would you do another question?
Madam Chairwoman. What?
You'll do another question?
Sure. Do I have
Oh, it's your
time?
time, I'm sorry, I thought it was her time.
My time. Isn't it my time?
Yes, it's Ashley's time.
Okay, I just want to, so in the rule, it doesn't deal with the average sale price, and CMS worked with us to put into this bill to deal with the way this affects average sale price, so it can't be gained, so people could pay more for Medicare, even in the commercial sector, is my understanding, and that's not in the rule, and CMS has issued some guidance on it, but my understanding, they work with this committee to make sure we had the that they have the authority to make sure it's not gained. So we're codifying the rule, but we're also adding a correction that CMS has asked for in this.
That's what my amendment is, and with that, I yield back.
Lady yields back. Further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair,
Gentleman is recognized.
Move to strike the
for
last word.
5 minutes to strike the last word.
I yield to Representative Pallone.
Thank you. I just want to, again, I mean, I don't know, maybe we've just belabored this so long that there's no point in, can you keep saying the same thing? But I just want everyone to understand that the Biden administration, CMS, are not saying that they don't like this current rule. They're simply saying, let's see how it plays out, right? The idea that somehow, the new therapies aren't going to be covered. I mean, the law already requires Medicaid to cover essentially every FDA-approved drug. So if an innovative new therapy comes to market, then Medicaid will likely cover it and can even enter into a value-based payment arrangement to cover it, even without this legislation or the Trump regulation to codify. I mean, I think the reason why you're getting these various Medicaid organizations and leaders and MedPAC to express the concern is because they'd like to see how this plays out rather than us codifying it now. And I understand there's some change here that the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee has pointed out will be added to the existing rule. I'm not arguing with that, but I think the problem is that once this becomes permanent, then as we find, and we could likely find, based on these concerns by the Medicaid organizations, that this was not a good thing and this is costing them money and this is not helping them with their bottom line, that then it's now law and it can't be changed by regulation. Again, as Ms. Eshu said, I don't want to act as if this is, such a big thing, but I do think that it makes more sense to let this play out with the concerns that have been expressed by a lot of these Medicaid organizations, rather than just making it permanent at
Gentleman
this
yield.
time. Sure.
Well, why is the administration for it then? They're
Administration,
not opposed to it, they're for it.
Administration
We have quotes
hasn't-
from the CMS administrator.
right, but neither, look, again, I don't know how much you want to play this out to reclaim my time, but neither the CMS administrator, I mean, I was here, nor the administration has said that they want this made permanent. They've only said that they like the rule the way it is and they want to see it play out. They've never said that they wanted us to codify it as a matter of statute. And we've asked them that, and they haven't said that that's what they want to do. But again, I don't want to keep playing out this thing. I mean, I know everybody's well-intentioned here, but I just wanted to clarify a little more, maybe, what the differences are between us here. And with that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Maryland.
And I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the SU amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the vote occurs on HR 2666 as amended. No, on the Ames. On the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ames is adopted. And now the vote occurs on approving HR 2666 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bashan.
Aye.
Mr. Bashan votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone.
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshu.
Aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Yes. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rodgers.
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Any other members seeking to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 31 ayes and 19 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3284 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3284, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to submit an annual report on the impact of certain
Without
Medicare.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I actually have an amendment.
Oh, okay. Does anyone want to strike the last word before we move to amendments? Okay, gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess, amendment, clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3284, offered by Mr. Burgess.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Dr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the chair. This is truly an amendment in the nature of a substitute for to incorporate some technical assistance we received from CMS following the subcommittee markup. The basic bill in the Compete Act will require the Secretary to consider within the annual rulemaking process the effect of regulatory changes to certain Medicare payment systems on provider and payer consolidation. So this came out of our hearing on consolidation, and this bill does take a step in the direction to examine and eliminate anti-competitive practices in our healthcare system. And I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Lady from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the AINS.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes in support of the AIMS.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Ranking Member Eshoo, for including the Provider and Payers Compete Act at today's full committee markup. As healthcare costs continue to rise, this legislation comes at a critical moment. A wide body of research has indicated provider consolidation leads to higher healthcare costs for both horizontal and vertical consolidation. Patients should not be negatively affected by these anti-competitive practices that drive prices up and undermine the quality of care. That's why I'm proud to join Rep. Burgess in introducing the Providers and Payers Compete Act, and I thank him for his leadership and partnership in addressing this very important issue. This legislation will ensure HHS, as part of the annual rulemaking process, considers the implications that its proposals may have on provider and payer consolidation. As part of the legislation, HHS would be required to seek a public comment period to better understand the impact for certain proposed rules on consolidation and submit an annual report to Congress. Taken together, this bill will help HHS better understand the impact certain Medicare regulations may have on further consolidating the healthcare system, and hopefully help us better shield patients from exorbitant prices. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for including this bill as part of today's markup, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the AINS. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 3284 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Aye. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
How's Weber's vote recorded?
Mr. Weber is not recorded.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber votes aye.
The chair.
Chair Rodgers, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chair Rodgers votes
How is DeGette recorded?
Ms. DeGette is not recorded. DeGette votes aye.
How is Castor recorded? Ms. Castor?
Ms. Castor is not recorded. Ms. Castor votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Mr. Griffith recorded?
Mr. Griffith is not recorded. Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Any other members seeking to be recorded? Oh, how is Mr. Guthrie recorded?
Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
The clerk will, Mr. Clerk, would you call the members who are not recorded, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Obernolte is not recorded. Mr. Curtis is not recorded.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes, Sarbanes voted.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 49 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3290 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3290, a bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to ensure transparency and oversight of the 340B
Without
drug.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman's recognized for purpose, the clerk will report. The amendment?
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3290, offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana. Strike all after the enacting.
The first reading, or the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, incorporates technical assistance from HRSA and feedback we've received from multiple stakeholders since the subcommittee markup last week. Transparency, so what is it? Transparency in a business or governance context refers to being open and honest. This requires disclosure of all relevant information so that others can make informed decisions. The implication of transparency is that all of an organization's actions should be scrupulous enough to bear public scrutiny. The 340B drug pricing program is an important tool that helps hospitals and other covered entities meet the healthcare needs of low-income and uninsured patients. 340B covered entities are able to purchase drugs for patients at their facilities at substantial discounts. However, if you ask me to tell you what this program actually looks like at a facility level and what covered entities do with their savings, I truly couldn't tell you at this point. And so I want to ask what are the detractors of this legislation that we're proposing so afraid of? And that should be a concern to everyone that we don't know. I want to be clear, I'm a strong supporter of the 340B program. I know firsthand from talking to hospitals in my district how important this program is. For example, a rural hospital in my district has told me they couldn't provide many of the services they provide without the 340B program. But the only way for us as lawmakers to understand what this program looks like for our constituents is to go to each hospital and ask them for their data. That's not my opinion, that's the assessment of the GAO in multiple reports. It's also the assessment of HHS Secretary Becerra, who told this committee in March that the program, and I quote, doesn't have the transparency we need, and of the Biden administration, whose budget for this year called for greater transparency and auditing of the program. This program has operated for decades without enough transparency, all the while growing at exponential rates in an unchecked fashion. For example, from 2000 to 2020, the number of covered entities has grown from 8,100 to nearly 50,000. With an estimated discount purchases through this program going from roughly $4 billion in 2007 through 2009 to $43.9 billion in 2021. According to HRSA, this level of 340B sales represents approximately 7.2% of the overall U.S. drug market in 2021, not insignificant. And unfortunately, we know that the 340B program can be a lucrative business for some participants and further drives us towards consolidation in the healthcare system. Take, for example, a hospital system who the New York Times profiled in September of last year. According to the New York Times, the hospital system has potentially exploited the program by acquiring providers across a massive footprint to maximize savings from the program to increase profits while decreasing services in their inner city facility. However, I don't know if that's true or not because of a lack of transparency. Transparency will not only give all of us the confidence that the program is being properly utilized, but will help institutions defend themselves against such charges if they're doing the right thing. I hear all the time from providers, by the way, across the country who are repeatedly barraged by hospital systems trying to acquire them to realize the 340B savings. If we care about competition and consolidation in the healthcare sector, we deserve to know how much in savings is generated by this program at each facility and at each facility that a hospital system may acquire. And to those who may argue that these requirements are burdensome, I'd ask you to look at some of the grantees of this program who do have some form of transparency requirements to account for how they use the 340B program and have specific requirements on how to reinvest those savings to their patients. It can be done. However, according to HRSA, more than 75% of 340B covered entity purchases were made by disproportionate or DISH hospitals in fiscal year 2021. The 340B Transparency Act is very simple. It would only require DISH hospitals to report to HRSA on the following: their patient mix, their total charity care, their total payer shortfall, and their total savings in the 340B across a year. This is basic transparency that will provide information about the patients who are being served by the 340B program. Requiring greater transparency of how covered entities use 340B dollars is an important step, and I'm glad this legislation will give us a better handle on how these dollars are being used. Full transparency into all 340B participants will ensure Congress and HHS have a true sense of how billions of dollars of discounts are being spent across the program and how it's going to benefit patients, as was the original intent of the law in the first place. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in opposition to H.R. 3290. As we discussed at the subcommittee markup last week, we all favor a transparent 340B program. I've been a longtime supporter of increased program integrity to ensure that covered entities are able to stretch scarce federal resources to reach more eligible patients and provide more comprehensive services. However, the additional reporting envisioned in this bill will not necessarily lead to a clearer picture of how the program is working, and I remain concerned that this legislation would add additional burdens to covered entities while potentially obscuring how the program works and misconstruing the value of the program to patients. This legislation would require hospitals that participate in 340B to report on the savings they receive from the program and compare that with their costs for charity care or costs incurred for caring for Medicaid and Medicare patients and the uninsured. However, reports would not include opportunities for covered entities to explain other ways they use savings to expand care. Covered entities have voluntarily shared that they use 340B savings to provide low-cost drugs to patients, improve medication management, and help patients with complex care needs get connected with specialists and social services. Some have also improved access to opioid treatment and behavioral health. Now, these activities all provide value and benefits for patients, but would not necessarily be captured in the reporting metrics listed in the bill. By limiting the view of the program to just a narrow band of metrics, the reports produced by this legislation could imply that the program is not providing the benefits, setting covered entities up for cuts in the future that could hurt patients. Republican supporters of this legislation raised concerns last week about the actions of some 340B hospitals. Like others, I was shocked when I saw reports last year of a hospital in Richmond that appeared to be moving resources to higher-income communities rather than in the areas that needed them most. However, the requirements of this bill would have done nothing to detect these activities or put a stop to them. HRSA already has requirements in place for covered entities, including annual recertification and audits of covered entities for compliance with the law. This bill would expand HRSA's responsibility to further audit the use of covered entity savings. Unfortunately, it includes no additional resources for the already understaffed agency to conduct these audits. With only 23 staff overseeing the 340B program, additional program integrity measures will require not only more responsibilities, but more statutory authority and resources. Now, I've long supported program integrity measures for 340B, including ensuring that drug manufacturers that participate in the Medicaid program provide 340B discounts as required by law. But over the last several years, drug companies have repeatedly refused to fill orders from 340B covered entities that use contract pharmacies, including community health centers, which rarely have pharmacies of their own. Both the Trump and Biden administration have claimed that the drug companies are in violation of the 340B statute, and I agree. However, courts have found deficiencies in the agency's authority to enforce the law. At our subcommittee markup last week, it was suggested that we should ignore the contract pharmacy issue and our role in potentially addressing it and let the judicial branch sort it out. That deflection of our responsibility further underscores that this legislation is not a serious bipartisan effort to strengthen the 340B program, which necessarily would require us to address the issue of contract pharmacies. Now, if we're going to improve the program integrity in 340B, we know it will take resources and authority for HRSA to do more. Unfortunately, this legislation fails to address any of those concerns and instead may be used to draw an inaccurate narrative about the value of the program. And for those reasons, I will be voting no on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, Madam Chair, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the Ains. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Madam Chair, as a pharmacist who has seen firsthand the challenges patients face at the pharmacy counter, I'm a strong supporter of the 340B program to help vulnerable patients get access to medicines and health care.
I know there are many others on this committee, on both sides of the aisle, who feel the same way. But I find the stories in the recent New York Times, Wall Street Journal extremely disappointing. Providers who get enormous 340B discounts on top of massive tax breaks, using 340B to only then reinvest their money in affluent communities, not those that need it most. And that's what the 340B program was set up to help, those who need it most. As I said last week, transparency will help identify which providers are actually doing good by the program as much as it will help show which ones simply are not. And there are those, as has been reported, that are not. I wish we had voted on this transparency bill years ago. And our work does not end with transparency. This is not the last time you're going to hear about 340B. We know there are known issues around lack of hospital charity care, PBM pickpocketing, and general program integrity gaps that are ripe for us to work together to fix. I'm particularly appalled that PBMs are pickpocketing community health centers, 340B savings, and they have found multiple ways of making money through the 340B program. Without our intervention, they will continue to make things worse for providers and patients. We must not stand for this. I want to work with Dr. Bouchon and other colleagues in a bipartisan way to address additional 340B issues. If we care about the 340B program, and we do, and if we care about vulnerable patients, and we do, we simply cannot stand idly by as the program festers into more abuse, chaos, and controversy. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion?
The gentleman yield, will the gentleman yield quickly? To Bouchon?
I yield.
Thank you. Look, there's a lot of issues in the program. The contract pharmacy situation is something we need to address, but the proposal from my Democrat colleagues is an attempt to totally undermine this transparency legislation, and I get that, and I know where it's coming from. The bill today is just about transparency in the program. If we want to talk more reforms, that's a separate conversation. But we need data. Contract pharmacies are a major issue. We talk a lot about the hospital in Richmond potentially siphoning 340B funds from a poor neighborhood. But truthfully, we hear stories about this across the country, and more of them are going to come out. And ask any independent provider in your community, and they will tell you that they are at risk of being bought by a hospital so that the hospital can take advantage of the 340B program. That's not my opinion, that's facts. And so, this is legislation that just asks honestly for a bare minimum. I guess I should have consulted with the ranking member, because he said it's not enough transparency, and maybe I should have added a number of other data points to it, which I certainly could, but we were trying to make it less onerous so that we could get some fundamental information. So that's also a red herring meant to kill the legislation overall. And I think that's unfortunate, because I think all of us in the healthcare system, I was a provider, just want our patients, our constituents, to know the information. And as I said in my opening remarks about the AINS, who's against this? I mean, who's against transparency? I mean, that tells me that there maybe when we open the hood, there's more there. And so it's disappointing, but I still urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Anyone else? Madam Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back his time. Further discussion? Ms. Matsui is recognized for 5 minutes. Just strike the last word.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this bill. The bill before us is ostensibly about transparency, but in reality, it would create onerous reporting requirements that do not align with the intent of the 340B program. This bill would make the benefits of the 340B program seem far more limited than they are in reality. The reporting would not capture, for example, savings being used to hire a provider to keep an emergency department open, pay a community health worker to perform outreach and navigation, or invest in wraparound services like nutrition and transportation. Congress made the purpose of the 340B program clear from the start. The first House report that was filed with it said, the 340B program was created to help covered entities to stretch scarce federal resources as far as possible, reaching more eligible patients and providing more comprehensive services. This bill's reporting requirements would only tell a fraction of the story of 340B, ignoring many of the comprehensive services 340B entities provide under the program. In addition, the proposed requirements are unworkable. Neither HRSA nor many of the covered entities this bill would target have the resources to carry them out. In fact, this committee heard about this from a witness from Pullman Regional Hospital just a few weeks ago. I asked him about the current requirements his hospital faces. He explained that maintaining program eligibility is already a significant undertaking. He described the stress on their small finance team and mentioned that some small rural hospitals have already been edged out of the program due to the burden of these requirements. I support program integrity. However, this bill goes a step too far. Complying with these requirements, which are unlike anything else in the 340B program, may not even be possible within current health data systems. We must be careful not to unduly burden the most vulnerable providers, like rural hospitals, who are operating on razor-thin margins, especially when those requirements would provide an incomplete picture of the program. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Further discussion? Chair recognizes for 5 minutes Mr. Joyce to strike the last word.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this bill. Let's be clear. The legislation before us is not an attack on the 340B program. This legislation is a necessary and important step to ensure transparency, that the program continues to operate as intended. As a doctor, I was trained to arrive at the right diagnosis before treating a condition. If Congress is going to address rising costs of healthcare, we must first understand all the factors and the convoluted incentives that are driving skyrocketing healthcare costs before we would take corrective action. And I recognize how important the 340B program is to the hospitals in Pennsylvania. What we know is in the past decade, one of the biggest drivers of increased consolidation and higher healthcare spending has been the 340B drug pricing program. Recognizing that, we must now understand where the money and the profits are going before we can begin to fix the problem. That is why I support this first step in ensuring greater transparency within the 340B program so that we can identify the root cause of the runaway spending, fix the problem, and save this important program before it's too late. I applaud Dr. Bouchon for raising awareness on the need for basic transparency and accountability within the 340B program. The bill does 4 important issues. It addresses that facilities have to report the 340B program savings for a given year. It additionally asks the facility to report what the patient mix looks like, whether they care for individuals with Medicaid, Medicare, private insurance, or the uninsured. Third, it asks the facility to report how much in charity care it is offering. And finally, this important legislation asks the facility to report how much in payer shortfall it providers or how much discounted care is subsidized by providing care to Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries who are reimbursed at a much lower rates than the private pay customers. This is ultimately the beginning steps of understanding where savings can occur. I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Will the gentleman yield, please?
I yield to Dr. Bouchon.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thanks for yielding. I think it's important to understand also that this whole argument about onerous reporting of things, does anybody believe that an organization that runs an operation doesn't know every line of their balance sheet already? They already have the information. All this information is not onerous. They already know it. How do I know this? Because I ran a cardiac surgery program at a hospital and was on one of the medical staff boards that looked over this. And to justify not-for-profit status, they already have to have all the information to show community benefit, charity care, and all that. They already know all this. So this is just a matter of basic transparency. And again, I want to just say again, it befuddles me to why on just a simple bill like this, there's so much pushback. It just befuddles me. I can't quite understand it. So I yield to Dr. Joyce.
I yield the remaining time to Mr. Carter from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. To hearing some of the comments from the other side of the aisle, this is very disturbing and very disappointing for what I consider to be the most bipartisan committee in Congress. We all want the same thing when it comes to health care. We want accessibility, affordability, and quality health care. What's happening here, you have seen what's happening here. You've seen hospitals go out and buy oncology practices for no other reason but to be able to utilize the 340B program. No other reason. You talk about the impact that the 340B program is having on rural hospitals and the FQHCs, you're absolutely right. That's what it's for. Not for these healthcare systems to go out and buy an oncology practice simply to increase the profits through the 340B program. That's not what it's for. What we want to do is to protect the FQHCs, to protect the rural hospitals. We want the 340B program to remain sustainable and to thrive. We need it to, for our FQHCs and for our rural hospitals. That's why we need transparency, and I yield back.
My time has expired. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the bill. 340B works. It helps expand access to health services for many of our neighbors back home. It helps to reduce pharmaceutical costs for hundreds of healthcare providers and their patients. Over the years, I've spoken to, I can't even count how many patients, folks at hospitals, community health centers, other covered entities back home in Florida about how this initiative helps them stretch the scarce healthcare dollar to provide enhanced care, treat more patients, provide affordable prescriptions, and offset losses from uncompensated care. 340B benefits our neighbors, especially who need assistance the most, as well as the safety net providers who care for them. And at a time when drug prices have been skyrocketing across the board for consumers, 340B really is a bright light for our neighbors back home. My local 340B hospitals have used their savings to do all sorts of things, create medication assistance and transition care initiatives, to offer trauma care and chemotherapy infusion services to people who otherwise might have to go without that kind of treatment because of cost. They've used it to provide ongoing case management. I think Congresswoman Matsui really summed it up well about the fear of cost, the fear of how this bill is way too narrow, about how it would paint a picture that wouldn't tell the whole story. So I'm going to associate myself with her remarks and really hope that we can work together and to protect 340B. It's just what Congresswoman Matsui said from the outset. It was intended to be flexible for our hospitals, community health centers, other covered entities in a manner that really helps them address local needs. So
any kind of onerous, one-sided reporting, bureaucratic regimes will only hurt that type of flexibility, and it would impair the cost savings that Congress intended for 340B at the outset. So I'm going to associate myself with her remarks and urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Peters for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 340B drug discount program, which helps provide life-saving drugs to low-income patients in my district and across the country, is the second largest government prescription drug program, the second largest drug program. I'm a strong supporter of 340B, but we have seen some practices highlighted over the past year by the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and other outlets that provide and should provide sincere concern on behalf of this committee, which is responsible for the creation, the implementation, and the oversight of this important program. And I'm particularly worried about the evidence we've seen that some large systems may use 340B to reach affluent areas, diverting care away from underserved communities, and that practice violates the spirit of the program. And unfortunately, in some well-documented instances, this has contributed to questionable use of taxpayer dollars and the deaths of some patients. We need to do more. Recent reporting has shown quite clearly what happens when the program strays from patients and becomes about profits. For years, I've called for meaningful transparency standards in 340B. I did that with Mr. Bouchon, where we actually asked for transparency, and we asked for a pause in the program. He's not asking for that this time. He's just asking for where the money's going. And I know that we can come together as Republicans and Democrats to work on some thoughtful reforms, but we can't do that if we're in the dark about where the money is. I'm a little bit unpersuaded by the notion that this is a burdensome exercise for people, because when we give out billions of dollars in taxpayer money, we have every right and a responsibility to ask where that money's being spent. We need to know whether it's working well or not. And I think it's fundamental to our job here that we do that, that we get this information. I think it's not too much to ask for the recipients of that assistance to provide that information to us. I also sympathize that, we have a serious issue with hospital solvency. Many of those instances are rural areas, not all of them. That's an issue we have to deal with. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't get the information about where this money is being spent and whether we're getting the bang for our buck. We all claim that this program works. I would challenge us to prove that if we don't have the information about where the money's going, who the beneficiaries are. I think it's right to say, let's get the basic information. I think on one hand, you can't say it's burdensome to provide that and then ask for more information to be provided. We can do this in an iterative way if we want to make normative and subjective judgments about other parts of the program. That's fine. We have to have the basic information about where the money's going, not just to prevent fraud, but to see whether we're really getting the benefit from this program. So, and finally, on the contract pharmacy issue, I'm happy to work with anyone on that. If there's an abuse on the industry side, that's also a separate issue from this. 340B is an important program. We have every right and responsibility to know where the money's going. And I think that that's what this bill is about. So I urge my colleagues to join and vote for this transparency. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Ms. Dingell's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The 340B program is a critical lifeline. It enables safety net providers to expand access to essential healthcare services for our most vulnerable patients. The intent of the 340 program has and continues to be to help entities stretch scarce federal resources to provide comprehensive services to as many eligible patients as possible. The program has made a real difference. I see it in communities across Southeast Michigan every day, and quite frankly, visited 3 hospitals in the last week. As we continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, navigate a mental health crisis, and improve access to necessary health care, the savings 340B hospitals use to provide care to uninsured patients, offer free vaccines, and offer mental health services are absolutely essential. But we have significant concerns that this bill will undermine the purpose of 340B, and constrain the hospital's ability to meaningfully serve these vulnerable communities. The bill will create onerous reporting requirements for hospitals. Not only will these requirements create additional costs, but they don't capture the full scope of how 340B is helping patients. I fear that the narrow focus on charity care will obscure the true value of 340B in communities nationwide. I share my concern. My colleague on the Republican side knows how I feel about pharmacy benefit managers and on pharmacies, and we do need to be addressing that without fail. Safety net hospitals play a very important role in our healthcare systems, and we must continue working to achieve the transparency. We all agree with that. We need it, but in a way that does not curtail a hospital's ability to carry out the important mission of 340B. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving the amendment and the Bouchon amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
No.
The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 3290 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. No. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. No. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. No. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Duncan, you are not recorded. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Wahlberg, you are not recorded. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Recorded. Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 22 noes.
Ayes have it. Bill's adopted. Chair calls up HR 3561. Asks the clerk to report.
HR 3561, a bill to promote hospital and insurer price transparency and for other purposes, be it enacted by the
Without
Senate.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Without
3561.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. At our subcommittee hearing last week, I spoke at length about all the great policies in this legislation and listed all the members whose priorities and bills are included in this package. I won't recap all of it today, but I want to emphasize that this AINS and HR 3561 is the product of strong bipartisan work that will make healthcare system stronger and more patient-friendly. It will dramatically increase transparency into our healthcare system. This bill will tell patients the price they will pay for care, who owns their doctor's office, and how much pharmacy benefit managers are making off of their medicine. It will directly lower costs for seniors on Medicare, getting medications administered from hospital outpatient department, and it will extend funding for vital public health programs, community health centers, programs to help train doctors in the community, and the special diabetes programs. I want to extend thanks to each and every member who worked on this package, including the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, who has partnered with me for years now to improve price transparency in healthcare. I did want to provide a brief reminder of why it is critical to remain steadfast in our pursuit of a more affordable, patient-friendly healthcare system. I'd like to enter into the record a recent article describing how patients saw their cost increase when the Mayo Clinic started tacking on facility fees to routine appointments. One patient saw their dermatology visit increase from $500 to nearly $900. Another dermatology patient was charged a facility fee of $420 for a visit that only cost $920. No, I'm sorry, $290. I got that backwards. Okay, so the facility fee was $420 for a visit that only cost $290. Another was charged a facility fee of nearly $1,100 for a cortisone shot that cost $262. Now, we're not talking about an obscure provider or a shady actor. This is the Mayo Clinic, a household name in healthcare. So without objection, I'd like to enter that into the record. So ordered. Patients are frustrated. This system must be more simple, transparent, and affordable. We spend more on healthcare as a percentage of our economy than any other developed nation. And for their money, Americans are rewarded with a bureaucratic and overly burdensome system. They see corporations responsible for providing and paying for care go at great lengths to hide costs, deny payment for care, and weigh patients down in complexity. What we're doing here today won't solve every problem in our healthcare system. I have said that this is just a first step towards addressing the problems we face. But we can be proud of the meaningful, bipartisan policies included in this amendment that will lower cost and improve transparency for patients. I urge my colleagues to support this AINS and the underlying bill, and I yield back. Further, I yield to the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, 5 minutes on the AINS.
I thank the chair, and I speak in strong support of HR 3651, which, as you know, has been mentioned, is bipartisan. And I thank the chair for working with us, with the Democrats on this. The Patient Act, which advanced out of the Health Subcommittee last week, will improve transparency in our healthcare system and extend and increase funding for critical public health programs like community health centers, teaching health centers, and the National Health Service Corps. Proud of the work we've done together and the funding increases we were able to give these programs that invest in the future of our healthcare workforce. Now, the legislation also includes a proposal led by Representative Schakowsky and Representative Bilirakis that will require hospitals and physician practices to disclose ownership data, including for entities owned by private equity firms and venture capital firms. The legislation will help increase transparency of hospital ownership and provide greater insight into hospital and provider consolidation. High healthcare costs continue to be a challenge for American families, and too many patients are forced to wait until after they receive care and have a medical bill to fully understand how much they owe. Lack of transparency into healthcare prices makes it difficult for consumers to make informed decisions, and it also makes it challenging for employers to negotiate more competitive prices. So the Transparent Price Act strengthens and expands access to price information across the healthcare industry, including hospital, labs, insurance companies, and pharmacy benefit managers. Greater transparency empowers both employers and consumers, allowing them to compare prices and achieve savings. We're also going to consider a proposal to align payment for drug administration in hospital outpatient departments with the physician fee schedule rate. This is a common sense piece of legislation. This proposal would require Medicare to pay outpatient hospital departments the same rate as the independent physician's office for administering the same intravenous or injected medications. The drugs included for payment changes are routinely administered by physicians in their offices all around the country. These medications have great safety profiles with no requirement for hospital backup capabilities to warrant extra costs in hospital facilities. This legislation is a reasonable and important step towards reducing beneficiary cost sharing for drug administration services and also ensures that Medicare dollars are used more wisely. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the proposal would reduce Part B premiums for seniors by $1.4 billion. I'm also proud that this bill cancels $16 billion in cuts to Medicaid disproportionate share hospital payments. This bill will help these safety net providers serve vulnerable communities. The bill also makes important investments in public health. It provides an increase in funding for community health centers. While I would have preferred an even larger increase, this additional funding will give CHCs the resources they need to provide care to over 30 million individuals every year. It also extends and increases the authorization for the Special Diabetes Program at NIH and the Special Diabetes Program for Indians at IHS. And I thank the chairwoman and the bill sponsors for working with me on these critical diabetes programs. This would be the largest authorization increase since 2004. I'm also glad that we're able to come to an agreement that provides the Teaching Health Center Graduate Medical Education Program with sustainable funding that protects the integrity of the program. The increased funding included in the legislation will help establish new centers while also supporting existing programs. And that will create a reliable stream of doctors for high-need communities, and this kind of investment is exactly what we need to increase access to primary care in underserved areas. This is what you call a win-win for everyone, and I urge my colleagues to support the proposal. Again, thank the chairwoman and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Carter from Georgia for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move the strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add my support for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Patient Act and the bipartisan bills that I'm leading which were included. I'm pleased to see that my drug price transparency and Medicaid Act is included in this bill, which will bring transparency to the Medicaid program and address some of the most egregious practices of PBMs. This bill will protect patients, pharmacists, and taxpayers from the abusive practices of PBMs. For years, PBM practices in Medicaid managed care have obscured the true cost of prescription drugs, wasted hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars, and devastated community pharmacies by engaging in a practice known as spread pricing. In spread pricing, PBMs charge state Medicaid managed care programs more for prescription drugs than they reimburse pharmacies. allowing the PBMs to pocket the difference or to spread as excess profit. One managed care company has already paid out over $400 million to settle state investigations arising out of their spread pricing practices and has set aside more than $1 billion to resolve claims across the country. This legislation puts an end to the PBM games by prohibiting spread pricing, and as a result will save taxpayers more than $1 billion so that states can further invest into the needs of their communities. This legislation also increases transparency by requiring pass-through pricing while utilizing and strengthening NADAC, which stands for the National Average Drug Acquisition Cost. NADAC is administered by CMS. It is a public benchmark based on drug acquisition costs reported by retail pharmacies across the country and represents the most transparent and accurate market-based pricing available today. By utilizing and strengthening NADAC, states, taxpayers, and pharmacies will know the true cost of prescription drugs. On top of NADAC, this legislation brings transparency and fairness to community pharmacies by allowing them to be reimbursed at an appropriate rate for dispensing medications to Medicaid patients. As we all know, pharmacists are one of the most accessible healthcare professionals in America. 95% of all Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. These are the people in our communities that care for our country's most vulnerable patients. Yet, because of unfair and deceptive acts like spread pricing in the Medicaid managed care system, 4% of independent pharmacies close every year. This bill finally puts a stop to that. The Drug Price Transparency and Medicaid Act ensures community pharmacies will be treated fairly and will not be driven out of business by large PBMs while they care for this nation's most vulnerable patients. I'm also pleased to support the Pharmacy Benefit Managers Accountability Act, which was also included in this bill. In Congress, we are focused on increasing the accessibility, affordability, and quality of health care. And we know that pharmacy benefit managers' anti-competitive tactics are driving up health care costs for Americans and harming patient care. That is why the PBM Accountability Act is an important first step towards bringing down prescription drug prices by addressing the root cause, the middlemen that prey on patients for profits. This legislation will increase reporting requirements of PBMs to shed a light on the opaque drug pricing system they use. This will empower patients and drive competition to ultimately make healthcare more affordable and accessible for patients and potentially save the federal government over $2 billion for the next 10 years. I applaud this committee for taking this critical first step in increasing transparency and accountability on these middlemen. I'd like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working with me on these important issues, and I would ask all of my colleagues on this committee to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield
The
back.
gentleman yield to me?
I will. I'll yield.
Thank you. I'll just take a minute at my own time on the bill. This is an important series of bills and hearings, and everybody worked together and bipartisan. And the whole intent of it, one, is we have to reauthorize programs to get healthcare workers in the field. As we know, and we hear from everybody in the healthcare industry, well, all industry, quite honestly, is that how difficult it is to get people into healthcare. So this addresses workforce. The other big part of it is the transparency, and we want individuals or the businesses that supply employer benefits to be able to understand what the prices are and what the costs are so that people can make the best choices. And the other is what we've seen is innovators who come into the space. If they can get access to the information, we've seen some say, we'll argue pharmaceuticals at cost plus a handling fee instead of this system of rebates. We've also seen some insurance companies that will write checks to people if they get coverage under the average price. So this is important for innovating in our healthcare system and giving information, making it available. And I will yield back to the gentleman from Georgia who yields back.
And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone else seeking discussion on the aids? Dr. Ruiz from California?
Yes, I
recognized
move
for
to
5
strike
minutes.
the last word. I appreciate it. I'm thrilled that after years of advocacy on behalf of the Teaching Health Center Graduate Medical Education Program, this bill both extends funding for 6 years and expands the program even further. Along with the chair and ranking member of the overall committee, this has been a top priority for me as a doctor who grew up, practiced medicine, and now represents a community that is desperate for more physicians. This program has proven to be highly successful in not only training doctors in underserved areas, but also in retaining doctors in those communities or similar sites of care. As we all know, health centers are the backbone of many of our districts. Training doctors in the communities that need them most just seems like common sense, so I applaud the committee for making this program a priority. It goes beyond common sense. In fact, it's shown that where you're from and where you train are the two best predictors of where you're going to practice. So taking students, pre-med students, training them in their underserved communities increases the likelihood that they will practice in the underserved community. And I am sure that many of you, like myself, have heard from health centers either currently in the program or those hoping to be in it in the future, advocating for stable and predictable funding. And while I support the permanent funding of the program in the DOC Act, which I introduced with Ranking Member Pallone, I am pleased with the stability and certainty that comes with a 6-year extension, which will help teaching health centers recruit medical students and plan for the future. I'm also pleased that the bill that I introduced with Congressman Cole, H.R. 2547, the Special Diabetes Program for Indians Reauthorization Act of 2023, is included in this bill. American Indian and Alaska Native populations have the highest prevalence of diabetes in the United States, and the resources this program provides to tribal communities has a significant and lasting impact in my district and across the country. Diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death and the #1 cause of kidney failure, lower limb amputation, and adult blindness. And many issues related to diabetes are preventable with the correct disease management and treatment. But as an emergency medicine physician, I would frequently treat patients coming into the emergency department with preventable diabetes-related emergencies. We must do more to reduce the incidence and mortality rates of diabetes, and this program is critical in doing just that. I urge my colleagues to support the Teaching Health Center's GME program and the Special Diabetes Program for Indians, as well as the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Just so people, because they've been raising their hands, I have a gentlelady from Florida, Massachusetts, and Texas here, and anybody else wants, and then now I have Dr. Joyce on the majority side. Dr. Joyce, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to add my support to the amendment in the nature of the substitute before us today to appropriately rename Patient Act, which would make crucial reforms to our healthcare system by increasing transparency and lowering costs for the end user of our system. Specifically, I would like to briefly highlight the bipartisan legislation, H.R. 3237, included as part of this package and introduced by myself and Representative Sarbanes. H.R. 3237 would require hospitals to more clearly report to CMS on what services are occurring at each of their outpatient departments through a unique identification number at each facility. This legislation codifies recommendations from a 2016 HHS IG report that will ensure that our seniors are not paying higher copays inadvertently for care billed in the incorrect setting. I am pleased to again mention the inclusion of H.R. 2559, the Strengthening Community Care Act, which I introduced along with Chairwoman Stefanik, Representative Blunt Rochester, and Representative Fletcher earlier this year. I would like to thank all of the co-leads for this piece of legislation, which would extend the Community Health Care Center for the next 2 years while also providing crucial resources to support work provided by these centers. This bill contains a critical increase in funding while ensuring these dollars are fully offset. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the committees for working through the weekend to include a needed technical fix to this bill to ensure access to essential medicines for Medicaid patients. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge the adoption of the AINS and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, so I've got a list from the minority side, so this is the order that I'll call, just so everybody knows, so they don't have to raise their hand every time, and they know they're going to be calling Gentlelady Schakowsky, gentlelady from Florida, gentlelady from Illinois, gentlelady from Florida, and gentleman from New York, gentlelady from New York, gentlelady from New Hampshire, gentlelady from Delaware, gentlelady from Massachusetts, and gentlelady from Texas. So I will begin by recognizing, for what purpose does gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you.
Speak on the amendment. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek to strike the last word. So, let's see, I am really excited to see that my bill, along with Congressman Bilirakis, the reporting on ownership information of health systems, so this is a bill about transparency. Health specifically, we're talking about well, let me continue this way. Since 2010, there have been 310 consolidations between hospitals and health systems. There's also it's also shown that the private equity owners at the have that the presence of private equity has increased 30% in the last, really just the last few years. And I am concerned that hospital consolidation has resulted in the increase in healthcare costs from for both hospitals and health systems. And I am deeply concerned about the quality of the care that it is received at hospitals and physician practices that are owned by private equity. We've seen what has happened with private equity over the years when it comes to nursing homes, and now we are seeing that extending into hospitals as well. We have seen that private equity equity owners often put profits over the people. This is about making money. These aren't healthcare organizations, and focus only on the most lucrative of institutions. And so HR 3262 will help give a much greater sense of transparency so that we know what is happening in hospitals, and to provide ownership information. This kind of information would not necessarily prevent private equity, but we would know then exactly who is owning these institutions and who is making money that way. And so I look forward to working with all of you and getting a vote, a positive vote on 3262. And again, I want to thank Representative Bilirakis. We have worked together so well, and I hope all of you will support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone seeking recognition for purpose of discussion on the amendment from the Republican side? Seeing none. Gentlelady from Florida, what do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the important public health reauthorizations contained in this legislation for community health centers, for the National Health Service Corps, and the Teaching Health Center GME. Because across Florida and across the country, these initiatives are the backbone of our public health infrastructure. They help to keep our neighbors healthy and well. Local community health centers are also our critical economic engines as well. And just in 2021, in my Tampa Bay area congressional district, they attracted $23.5 million in federal investments to serve over 243,000 of my neighbors. And my community is very well served by Avara Health and Tampa Family Health Centers. All of the clinics, the doctors, the pediatricians, the dentists, the cancer screeners, and more, they are just incredible partners. They were instrumental, just fundamental to keeping people healthy and well during the COVID-19 pandemic. And now they're helping families deal with the Medicaid unwinding. So there are certain stresses in the flow of dollars, especially in a high-growth community where you have many working-class families. When you add those stresses along with the discontinuation of certain federal funding sources, a labor shortage, other fiscal pressures, they're really taking their toll. So they need the increased support that's provided in this bill to sustain their high-quality care. It's also critical to provide robust support to the National Health Service Corps, which can help address these labor shortages by expanding the pool of healthcare providers serving in community health centers and other medically underserved areas. By supporting the National Health Service Corps, we're supporting our community health centers, yes, but mainly we're supporting our neighbors and the patients that they serve. And again, Avera and Tampa Family Health Centers, they are ready to innovate. They've just been approved to become teaching health centers. That will help them play a vital role in training the next generation of healthcare professionals to serve my neighbors across the growing Tampa Bay area. I'm thrilled as well that over the next 6 years, this bill will double the current fundings for teaching health centers to give more doctors the financial incentives to practice where they are needed most. So together, these three initiatives will improve the lives of our neighbors back home, improve their health, and I look forward to broad bipartisan support here. And Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Eshoo and to Chair McMorris, Rodgers, and Ranking Member Pallone, and all of the professional staff and the outside advocates, I thank you very much for all of your hard work on these bills, and I hope we can all support it moving forward. Thanks so much. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition for purpose of the speaking on the amendment? Seeing on the Republican side, the gentleman from New York, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, while there are many parts of this bill that I am pleased to support, I do want to express my concerns, my deep concerns about the site-neutral cuts on hospitals. I have hospitals in my region that have truly struggled and have been hurting. Many of these same hospitals have been hit especially hard over the last few years. They have managed very well with very strained resources to address COVID response, and yet they provide services in communities where other health services simply do not. If it were not for these hospitals, there would be a vacuum of care for my constituents. I also recognize that hospitals don't get to pick their patients in the way that other parts of our health system unfortunately can do. In the capital region, our hospitals provide access to care for those who need it the most. With that in mind, I am concerned that these efforts may pull the foundation out from hospitals that are indeed struggling. I too want to cut costs and save money where it makes sense, but I fear this could have real unintended consequences for my communities. I am pleased to see the DISH cuts elimination included in this package, but I remain concerned that with one hand, we are helping our hospitals, and with the other, we are removing needed resources that allow the hospital to support our communities. I will vote in favor of the overall package, but I do hope we can continue to have conversations before this effort moves to the floor. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition for purpose of discussion on the amendment? Seeing none was the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
Ladies
word.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud that my bipartisan bill, H.R. 2665, the Supporting Safety Net Hospitals Act, has been included in today's manager's amendment. This bipartisan effort delays the $8 billion Medicaid disproportionate share hospital known as DISH cuts, which are currently scheduled to begin October 1st
until October 1st until 2026. Dish payments are a lifeline for the safety net hospitals that care for the economically disadvantaged and the sickest patients in our healthcare system. Rural and urban safety net hospitals cannot absorb losses of this magnitude, and I'm relieved that Congress is acting to avert these devastating cuts. I thank my colleagues, Representative Crenshaw, DeGette, and Burgess, for sponsoring this bill with me and for your leadership on this critical issue. However, Mr. Chairman, I am extremely disappointed that my DISH legislation has been paired together with a site-neutral cut to hospital outpatient departments. Hospital outpatient departments see patients who most urgently need services, those with nowhere else to turn. Many of my constituents in Brooklyn, New York, among thousands of New Yorkers and millions of Americans who live in underserved areas, rely on these facilities every day for their most fundamental healthcare needs. There's nothing neutral about the site-neutral cuts that has now compromised the urgent need of the DISH dispensation that our safety net hospitals so desperately require. This policy is a calculated, shameful blow to our most essential providers and underserved communities. It will exacerbate existing financial challenges for hospitals and cripple those who already operate on the constant brink of closure. The challenges site-neutral policies impose on our healthcare system will ripple throughout communities and impact our most vulnerable populations. Outpatient departments mitigate patients going to the hospital in the first place, saving money and resources. You all may remember at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, my state, specifically my city, New York City, was hit the hardest, and frontline hospital workers were extremely crucial to addressing the evolving needs of the pandemic. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Anyone seeking recognition for purposes of discussion on the amendment? Seeing none on the Republican side, what purposes? Oh, so I'm sorry. Mr. Griffith, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I seek recognition to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I think we're still discussing the amendment in nature. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's what Grace told me to do.
Go ahead. They're still speaking on. There's not people speaking. I'm sorry. We still.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we
Sorry,
were
I'm
finished.
sorry. Gentlelady from Delaware, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud of the bipartisan collaboration on the PATIENT Act, especially the reauthorization of several important public health programs and the cancellation of scheduled Medicaid disproportionate share hospital cuts, otherwise known as DISH cuts. I am particularly pleased at the progress we've made on the reauthorization of the Community Health Center Fund and National Health Service Corps that is based on H.R. 2559, the Strengthening Community Care Act, a bill I co-authored with my colleagues Representatives Fletcher, Joyce, and Stefanik. The PATIENT Act would extend the Community Health Center Fund and National Health Service Corps for over 2 years and includes a much-needed increase. Although the increase does not fully address the financial challenges health centers are facing, this legislation will provide near-term stability and predictability to health centers nationwide. A strong healthcare center network is integral to promoting health equity and increasing access to primary and preventative care to people at every stage of life. This makes the timely reauthorization of this program all more critical. The National Health Service Corps is another important program we are reauthorizing today. This program directly mitigates healthcare provider shortages by bringing physicians, nurses, and dentists to the country's most underserved areas. In exchange for their commitment to an underserved community, the program provides loan repayment and scholarships to over 20,000 providers nationally. Failure to continue this program would exacerbate the healthcare provider shortages already impacting nearly every community in America. So I applaud my colleagues for their work to ensure the timely reauthorization of this program. Finally, I'm pleased that we are supporting our hospitals by canceling the cuts to the Medicaid disproportionate share hospital program. The Medicaid DISH program helps hospitals close budget gaps from providing care to underinsured people, thereby providing financial stability and the ability to continue serving our nation's most vulnerable. Without this bill, hospitals face an $8 billion annual cut, which would fall hardest on our safety net hospitals. I'm pleased we will continue providing vital support to our hospitals, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Trahan for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word in support of the underlying bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chair. In the district I represent, Greater Lawrence Family Health Center proudly operates a teaching health center. In fact, it was the first teaching health center established under HRSA's Teaching Health Centers GME program more than a decade ago. Since then, hundreds of residents have graduated from their program, including 11 this year. And as we speak, another 32 residents are currently training in their 4-year curriculum that exposes family medicine specialists to an array of medical needs in one of the most diverse communities in Massachusetts. The success we've seen at Greater Lawrence Family Health Center is far from an outlier. In fact, during the past academic year, THC GME program supported nearly 1,000 residents at 72 community health centers across the country. And as Congressman Ruiz mentioned, many of those physicians will go on to serve traditionally underserved communities that their health centers cater to. A HRSA Commission study found that 82% of teaching health center GME residents will go on to practice in the specialties they trained in, and over half will practice in medically underserved areas. That means that with each passing academic year, we're adding more and more trained physicians in communities that desperately need primary care specialists, something that's more important than ever as we face critical workforce shortages across the healthcare industry. Recently, Lowell Community Health Center, the health center based in my hometown, received a grant to plan and develop a new teaching health center primary care residency training program in family medicine. This is particularly exciting for those of us who have seen the tremendous results down the road in Lawrence and want to replicate that in Lowell. However, while HRSA awarded more than 90 planning and development grants over the past 3 years, there are challenges for health centers to achieve THC status. That's why I'm particularly pleased that our bill today would reauthorize this program for 6 years, the longest period this committee has ever reauthorized it, and would permit greater certainty for medical students. This will allow for community health centers like Lowell to have greater clarity and certainty that they will be able to build up their THC program beyond the planning and development stage. I thank my colleagues on the committee for their support for this program, and I look forward to working with them to make this funding permanent to provide even greater assurance for THC programs across the country. Madam Chair, I'd also like to underscore the importance of ensuring health centers aren't left hanging out to dry if there's a funding cliff later this year. Community health centers in Massachusetts alone serve more than 1 million patients each year, and the grant funding we're moving through committee today is critical to their operations. We must ensure that there is not a loss of funding, which would be devastating as we continue to improve access to health care for all communities. And finally, as this committee continues this important work of lowering health care costs for hardworking families, promoting price transparency, and encouraging competition among providers, it's imperative that we keep in mind the essential hospitals across our nation who have been on the front lines for the past 3 years, helping us navigate extremely challenging times.
Many safety net hospitals continue to struggle financially today, and we have a duty to ensure these hospitals can keep their doors open and continue delivering the best care possible in the communities they serve. That's why I'm working with some members on our committee to draft and pass a federal definition of essential hospitals to set the basis for more appropriate reimbursement for these facilities. I'm eager to partner with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on this important issue. I thank the chair once again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Fletcher for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers. I am glad that the Bipartisan Strengthening Community Care Act is included in H.R. 3561. And like our colleagues, Representative Joyce and Blunt Rochester, who have spoken already on this bill, as well as Congresswoman Stefanik, I want to thank them for working with me on this critical legislation to reauthorize federal funding for community health centers and the National Health Service Corps through 2028. This reauthorization includes a much-needed increase in funding that will provide health care centers and healthcare providers the tools and resources they need to ensure positive health outcomes. And these community health centers play an essential role in providing health care to vulnerable populations in my district in Houston and more than 30 million Americans across our country. Community health centers are particularly critical in Texas, where we unfortunately have the highest uninsured population in the country, something that we can and should address by expanding Medicaid. But in Houston alone, these health centers serve more than 322,000 patients, 40% of them uninsured. The National Health Service Corps ensures that these health centers continue to have the health professionals that they need to provide quality care. So I'm glad to see this important bill advance through the committee, and I thank you for including it in the bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Any further amendments? Mr. Griffith?
Madam Chair.
Yes?
I would like to now make an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute currently before us.
Gentlemen, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute to H.R. 3561, offered by Mr. Griffith. Page 33, line 19, strike companies and insert funds. Page 35, line 20, strike company and insert fund. Page 35, line 21, strike company and insert fund. Page 35, line 21, strike fund, and all that follows and insert fund has the meaning given such term. Such term ends section 279.9.
Is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute adds technical changes that you were just riveted by in part, and it also includes H.R. 3285, the Fairness for Patient Medications Act, which was approved by the subcommittee, and I'm pleased to talk about that for a couple of minutes, if I might. We buy health insurance so that if we get sick, we are not financially devastated by the high costs associated with the health care that we receive. That said, costs are too high. With respect to prescription drugs, we have heard in our hearings that the so-called incentives from PBMs to insurers can actually lead to patients paying higher prices for certain medicines. It can even mean a patient could, in some cases, pay more for a medicine than the insurance company with whom they have coverage. Using competition to lower prices makes sense, but using competition to raise prices by limiting access to the marketplace is unconscionable. That's why I introduced the Fairness for Patient Medications Act, which is going to be incorporated now into the AIMS, to ensure that the insurance companies and PBMs cannot charge patients more than the price that they themselves negotiate for certain drugs. Under my bill, the Secretary of HHS will use existing reporting data to certify a highly rebated drug as any drug whose rebates discounts equal 50% or more than spending on the drug. If the drug is highly rebated, a patient would not be required to pay more than the insurance company is paying for the drug from the previous year once all of the discounts are accounted for. For a highly rebated drug, patients won't pay more than the insurer pays for the drug. This is common sense legislation. And we have to follow the bouncing ball. And it gets complicated. But PBMs can pit manufacturers against one another to see who will offer them the largest rebates for competing medicines. The winners get preferred access to patients enrolled in health insurance plans serviced by those PBMs. So manufacturers are rewarded with market access by making list prices higher. Higher prices allow manufacturers to give PBMs higher rebates. But even with the rebates, PBMs are often paid a percentage of the list price. So they make more money if the list price is higher. Further, even though the final price of the drugs after rebates may be significantly less than the list price, to some patients, these list prices matter. Some health insurance plans actually base what a patient pays at the pharmacy as a percentage of the drug's list price, and some still pay cash. This bill will ensure that patients receive the savings from those rebates, not the PBMs. During our legislative hearing on April 26th, the Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, the trade association for PBMs, told me they were actually aware of patients paying more than the price the insurers charge in certain circumstances. According to one estimate, a 5 milligram oral tablet of Eliquis, a common blood clot drug, has an estimated net price after rebates of $73.14. This should be the maximum price that a patient has to pay. Instead, the drug has an estimated retail price of $387.39. This is the cost the insurers can charge because of a rebate system middlemen PBMs use that raises the list price of medicines. In other words, if your copay is 20% of the list price, you could actually pay more in a so-called copay than your insurer is paying for the medicine. This bill will ensure patients with insurance would not pay more than the net price paid by their insurance company. It's a common sense bill for fairness, and I hope that it will be adopted, this amendment will be adopted so it becomes a part of the underlying aims, and then will go on to the floor to be passed, and hopefully the Senate will concur. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment. Chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bipartisan bill will require hospitals and physician practices to disclose ownership data, including for entities owned by private equity firms and venture capital firms. And the bill will help increase transparency of hospital ownership and provide greater insight into hospital and provider consolidation. We heard from experts during the Health Subcommittee hearings how consolidation, particularly from private equity, is leading to higher healthcare prices for consumers. Billions of dollars are being invested into the healthcare system by private entities, many with unclear ownership structures. And what we're seeing in healthcare is that these investments are in many cases being used to extract all the value out of healthcare providers, ultimately leading to collapse of hospitals and practices and leaving communities without options. Earlier this year, Envision Healthcare, backed by private equity firm KKR, filed for bankruptcy. Our healthcare infrastructure is becoming increasingly unstable because of these practices. Policymakers and regulators need better visibility into the ownership structures, particularly from private equity and venture capital firms, that have led to reducing patient access and increasing prices for consumers. My understanding is that we share the same policy goal. There can be no loopholes for private equity firms to avoid the transparency required under this bill. And I believe it is critical that we get this right, and my understanding is that, and I'm, of course, referring to you, Madam Chair, I believe it is critical that we get this right, and my understanding is that you share the same goals, and that we will work together to ensure that the definitions in this bill do not allow anyone to escape security, because I think it's critical that we shine a light on ownership at all levels of our healthcare system. And I yield to you or at this
That would
point.
be great. Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I understand the importance of getting the reporting provision right. We need to be able to understand the entire scope of consolidation within the healthcare system. And our system is complex. Getting those answers will require careful, technically sound policy. I commit to working with Mr. Pallone to ensure that the bill is technically sound and get us those answers. I yield back.
And thank you, and I yield back as well.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Morgan amendment to the Ains. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments? Further amendments? Mr. Pallone, recognized
I have an amendment at the desk. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's H3561 Fed AMD 02.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Without
3561.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize Mr. Pallone for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to offer this amendment to the PATIENT Act that will extend funding for critical public health programs for an additional 3 months, ensuring that they are fully funded through calendar year 2025. This amendment will provide additional funds and a longer authorization for community health centers, the National Health Service Corps, the Special Diabetes Program, and the Special Diabetes Program for Indians. These are crucial components of our healthcare safety net, and I'm glad they will have the additional certainty that this funding will provide. This amendment also strengthens policies to bring lower-cost generic drugs to market faster by incorporating the full policy originally introduced by Representative Custer. This policy will eliminate unnecessary lengthy correspondence with FDA and generic drug sponsors regarding inactive ingredient formulations. The language further streamlines the application and development process for generic drug sponsors and will bring more competition to the market. So I want to commend Representative Custer for continuing to fight for this language and working to bring costs down for American families. And again, want to thank the chair for her willingness to work with us to arrive at this agreement. I'm glad that these programs will have a longer runway of increased funding and not have to suffer through uncertainty at the end of fiscal year 2025. And again, I'm proud that we're able to arrive at this compromise and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote, yes. Lady from Michigan, Ms. Dangle is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I was going to offer an amendment, withdraw it, but I know we don't want to and may still be here after general debate and votes today. But I do want to make a point for the record. I offered this amendment at the subcommittee level. We need to be investing more, not less, in these community health services. They are really filling a need as the pandemic ends and people don't have access to health care. And it's more important than ever because we may be done with COVID, but COVID's not done with us. People need to not be afraid to go to the doctor. They need to be able to get the immunizations and the medicine they need. And I will make that point for the record and not even offer the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Pallone amendment to the Ains. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Okay.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3561, offered by Ms. Fletcher. Page 99,
Without
line 16.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Ladies recognized, gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers. And as I said earlier, I am glad that the Strengthening Community Care Act has been included in this bill. I am disappointed, however, that language applying the Hyde Amendment to the Community Health Center Fund and the National Health Service Corps is included in it. That is why I'm introducing this amendment to strike the language including these provisions from this bill. The Hyde Amendment, which many on this committee are familiar with, has been used since 1976 to block federal Medicaid funding for abortion services and has been extended to other federal programs. Every woman in the United States of America should be able to access the full range of reproductive health care services and to make her own decisions about her reproductive health care with autonomy and dignity. The Hyde Amendment stands in the way of this ability and of the fundamental equality of those whose care falls under it. This is really an issue of equality, fairness, and justice. And it affects real people, people that we all represent. In my home state of Texas, which has effectively eliminated access to abortion care, we see vividly the effects that provisions like this one can have for patients denied access to care. I met recently with a Texas woman who was denied abortion care after she experienced preterm, pre-labor rupture of membranes at 18 weeks of pregnancy. She was denied abortion care under Texas law
3 days later, she showed signs of an infection and was diagnosed with sepsis, which my physician colleagues here know is a life-threatening condition. Although doctors then performed an emergency abortion only once her life was clearly threatened, she spent the next 3 days in the ICU fighting for her life. She ultimately survived, but the infection caused permanent damage, compromising her ability to have children in the future. This is not an isolated story. There are a lot of stories like this that I'm hearing from patients and providers, their doctors in my district in Houston, who cannot meet the standard of care for their patients, and they cannot meet them under these kinds of constraints. And this story, as I mentioned, it isn't isolated. This patient and 12 others are suing the state of Texas over this vague law that prevents access to essential abortion care in circumstances like this, circumstances like what we may see here. And we have to ask the question, what happens to poor women in this situation? What happens to the women who are relying on Medicaid? What happens to women who are getting their care at community health centers? As I said earlier, every woman in this country should be able to access the full range of reproductive health care services and to make her own decisions with autonomy and dignity. The Hyde Amendment, as I said, stands in the way of this. And that's why I hope that all of my colleagues here will join me by voting for this amendment and removing the Hyde Amendment from this important and good legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes herself to strike the last word. As I said last week, abortion is the most divisive issue in America. It pierces my heart. It pierces every heart. The question before this committee today, as many times before, is whether taxpayer money should be used to fund abortions. We know the vast majority of Americans believe taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund abortions or subsidize insurance plans that cover abortions. The Hyde Amendment has been the law of the land for decades, with support from both Republicans and Democrats, specifically for community health centers, teaching health centers, and the National Health Service Corps. Hyde has always been applied to mandatory funding. The last 3 times we have provided mandatory funding, Congress has applied Hyde protections in a bipartisan way. However, the Democrats on our committee are now proposing to eliminate Hyde for these programs. It's just the latest example of the Democrats' extreme abortion agenda. Until recently, abandoning Hyde protections wasn't the position of President Biden, someone who once adamantly defended the Hyde Amendment. I want to be clear that I'm not talking about people's opinions regarding legality of abortion or access to abortion services. The issue before us in this amendment today is whether it is right to federally subsidize abortion. It is not the will of the American people. They do not want to be forced to fund something with their taxpayer dollars that is against their conscience. And I yield back. Further discussion, Chair recognizes gentlelady from Washington for 5 minutes on the to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to strike the last word and want to speak in support of Ms. Fletcher's amendment because simply having the precedent of Congress doing the wrong thing many times in adding this Hyde Amendment to federal spending packages doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. In fact, the vast majority of Americans understand that abortion care is routine health care and that 25% of American women at some point in their lives will have an abortion. They also understand that whether you can access this basic medical care should not depend on your zip code or your income or whether you get your insurance through the military or through the VA or through Medicaid. And so I will speak in favor of this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to vote for it and to reverse this very wrong precedent of putting this limitation on poor women. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I'm going to be brief, Madam Chair.
Discussion, Mr. Bouchon.
Yeah, I want to challenge the gentlelady's data saying a fourth of American women will have an abortion at some time in their life. That's conflating the issue. I'd like to see the data and where that stat is. Does that include ectopic pregnancies, which aren't abortion? Does that include fetal demise, which is an abortion? Which Ms. Fletcher mentioned? If it does, those are not abortions. We're talking about live fetuses being aborted for the sole purpose of terminating a pregnancy. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Fletcher. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. You would like a recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Guthrie. No. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes no. Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Johnson? I have Mr. Johnson recorded as no. Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 21 noes. I'm sorry, Chair Rodgers. It was 21 ayes and 28 noes.
Are there further amendments? Ms. Schakowsky?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3561, offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Ladies recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would require ambulatory surgical centers to report their costs. In 2020, ambulatory surgical centers received $5.7 billion in Medicare payments and saw a 23% payment increase in the form of fees for services, fee-for-service benefits. Yet, little is really known about the costs that ambulatory surgical centers have incurred, and Medicare beneficiaries are using those services, of course. My practical amendment would require that these facilities report, have the reporting data on their surgical services and help us to get a picture of exactly what the true costs are. It would also help in determining whether Medicare is, whatever Medicare is paying ambulatory surgical centers, and whether or not that amount of money is fair. Now, we have talked to you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for saying that you would work with us and work with me in discussing this issue. And so, at this point, I will withdraw the amendment so that we can go forward together.
Gentlelady withdraws her amendment. We'll continue to work on it.
Thank you.
She yields back. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The vote now occurs on, let's see here, 3561 as amended. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Seeking to be recorded.
Ms. Kamick votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, there were 49 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3309 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3309, a bill to amend the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012 to establish a uniform fee schedule applicable to the
Without
processing of
objection,
forms.
the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to speak in support of the Standard Fees Act.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank the gentlewoman. The Standards Fee Act is a great step forward in streamlining our nation's permitting process for telecommunications infrastructure. If passed, the Standard Fees Act would establish a common fee for the processing of applications for deploying communications facilities on federal property. The fee would be competitively neutral and would be allowed to cover the cost of granting an easement, right-of-way, or lease. The application process for placing communication facilities on federal property has long been characterized by complex and often ambiguous fees. The federal government manages a significant amount of land near unserved communities. Thus, closing the digital divide requires deploying on this land. A standard fee schedule will help providers as they plan deployments and help control the cost of deployment. This fee schedule will ensure that federal broadband money is wisely spent and that providers are focusing their resources on closing the digital divide. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on the bill? Are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3309, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Are there any members wishing to be recorded who have not been recorded? The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to have their vote recorded? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Barragan is not recorded. Ms. Barragan votes aye.
Any other members? Hearing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Latta, on that vote, there were 50 ayes and 0 noes.
Thank you. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 3293, and they ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 3293, a bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is open for amendment at any time so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Oh, the gentlelady from Minnesota, why does she seek recognition?
Thank you so much.
The gentlelady is recognized for
Thank
5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you so much to Chair Rodgers and Ranking Member Pallone for holding today's markup. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Representative Duncan, for his leadership on this critical issue. As co-chair of the Rural Broadband Caucus, I know it's important, more important now than ever, that all Americans, regardless of where they live, can get access to high-speed internet. The need for reliable broadband access on federal lands and in rural communities continues. This legislation will support security and resiliency in America's rural communities, who often border federal lands. It will also ensure that we continue building out broadband infrastructure so Americans can always stay connected and safe. Supporting this effort will help close the digital divide and demonstrate our commitment to public safety. I'm proud that this passed by voice vote in our subcommittee, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I wish to speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank my Democrat colleague, Andrew Craig, for her work on this important issue and her comments just now. I rise in support of this legislation, 3293, Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. This simple bill creates an interagency task force to push federal agencies to finish the permitting review process for broadband infrastructure projects. Speeding up these federal land management agencies will help get broadband deployed in the rural parts of America, just like in the 3rd District of South Carolina. I want to thank Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Matsui for shepherding this through the Communications Technology Subcommittee. And I want to thank Chair Rodgers and Ranking Member Pallone for scheduling this for approval today. I look forward to getting this into law with the help of this committee, and ask my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members wishing to speak on the bill? Are there any bipartisan amendments? Are there amendments on the bill? Hearing none. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 3293, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Are there any members wishing to record the vote? How's the gentleman from California recorded?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded. Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
The gentlelady from Illinois, how is she recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll. Report.
Chair Ladd, on that vote, we have 51 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. The chair calls. There's a question? 99. We are, yeah. Chair calls up H.R. 3299 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3299, to require the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture to establish
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any time so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Hearing none, are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any other amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3299, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Ms. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. Deguette. Ms. Deguette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Stingle. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Rochester. Ms. Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
And how is the gentlelady from Illinois recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
The gentlelady from Michigan?
Ms. Dingle is not recorded. Ms. Dingle votes aye.
The gentleman from Kentucky?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? How is the gentlelady recorded?
Ms. Badagan is not recorded. Ms. Badagan votes aye.
Clerk will take the roll and report.
Chair Latta, on that vote, we have 51 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3283 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3283, a bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open to amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized. For what purpose does she seek recognition, please?
To support the bill.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you. I was looking for my co-lead here, who's done a wonderful job.
Mr. Chairman, it is essential that we're able to fully unleash the benefits of the once-in-a-generation investments included in the bipartisan infrastructure law. That includes swift and accurate disposal of permitting applications for communications and utility infrastructure that will get these important projects to the people who need them the most while preserving our landmark environmental laws. We have heard from experts that we are not properly equipped to quickly process the increased number of these applications resulting from the important investments we are making in broadband infrastructure. The Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture do not currently have an online portal for the submission of Form 299 requests, and it's crucial we update these processes by providing an online option. Representatives Kamak and Matsui introduced the Digital Applications Act to ensure that the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture will establish an online portal for these applications, and I thank them for their work to modernize these agencies. We have set stringent goals in achieving swift build-out of broadband and communications infrastructure to connect every American. Given the timeliness of these investments, it is vital that departments quickly develop and launch this online portal to expedite the ease of disposal of applications. That is why Congresswoman Miller Meeks and I introduced the Facilitating Digital Applications Act. This legislation will ensure that the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture have launched an online portal for applications to deploy communications and other utility infrastructure on federal property in a timely manner. The bill requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to report to Congress every 60 days on the status of this application portal, expediting the swift deployment of this portal. Yesterday, the Communications and Technology Subcommittee discussed at length the importance of maximizing the effectiveness of broadband programs such as the BEAD program, and members from both sides of the aisle highlighted how critical it is that we ensure the success of these programs. An online portal option will assist these agencies with managing the increased number of applications, maximizing the benefits of these important programs. We all agree this is an important opportunity that we must harness, and this legislation is a good governance approach that will provide certainty and ease of access to industry while preserving critical environmental and historic preservation protections. The bill ensures that we are continuing to thoughtfully modernize permitting applications in a bipartisan manner. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for including this bill as part of today's markup. I thank my co-chair, who I am working with, and urge all of my colleagues, or co-lead, all my colleagues to support the underlining bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Ms. Miller Meeks for 5 minutes. to
Thank you,
strike the
Madam
last word.
Chair. In deference to my stature, I'll be brief. I was proud to introduce the Facilitating Digital Applications Act with Representative Dingell. This legislation will expedite and improve tracking of broadband deployment on federal lands by requiring NTIA to periodically report to Congress on whether the Departments of Interior and Agriculture have established an online portal for the common form application to deploy a communications facility on federal property. This common sense legislation will simplify and expedite broadband expansion, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on adopting H.R. 3283 as amended. The roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Can the gentlelady repeat her vote? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers.
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 51 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Chair calls up HR 3343 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 3343, to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for
Without
Communications.
Objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To speak in favor of the bill.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the word, last word.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And today I have legislation being marked up to require the NTIA to submit a plan to Congress on tracking the acceptance, processing, and disposal of requests for communication use authorizations on federal property. This bipartisan legislation, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act, led with my colleague, Representative Soto of Florida, will provide transparency and streamline the process for applications to deploy broadband on federal lands. Federal lands and assets play a critical role in telecommunications networks through rights-of-way across lands and siting equipment on lands and buildings. In a legislative hearing earlier this year, we heard how tracking these applications can be challenging and often unsuccessful. This legislation will give applicants a clearer sense of where in the review process they are, which will help expedite much-needed deployment. Just yesterday, we heard the NTIA administrator state his support for rural communities and the importance of their prioritization as we work to expand access to broadband. Many federal lands are rural and underserved when it comes to broadband access. Making streamlined applications for broadband deployment on federal lands is especially important. Broadband permitting reform is critical to enabling American leadership across different industries and unleashing private sector innovation. I urge support of this legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Strike the
Madam
last
Chair.
word.
I move to strike the last word. I'm proud to introduce the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act with my dear friend Representative Pfluger from Texas. This ensures NTIA helps streamline the broadband deployment process on federal lands. They'll have to submit a plan tracking acceptance, processing, and disposal of communications use authorizations. We heard from the NTIA folks yesterday from our Deputy Secretary of Commerce about the importance of us all coordinating. We have to ensure the U.S. government is a willing and reasonable participant in the rural broadband revolution that's happening across this country, funded by $65 billion
in rural broadband funding through the infrastructure law, including $42 billion for the BEAD program. We're already seeing both the American Rescue Plan and BEAD program funding transform the rural areas of our district. From Kingsville to Deer Park, Bull Creek, and Yeehaw Junction, we're getting rural broadband to areas that were left behind before. $247 million so far has been awarded to Florida, and we know we could receive up to $2 billion. These are to help out our ranchers and our growers, help out with hunting leases and conservation lands throughout the southern portions of our district, which are near many federal lands, including in Central Florida, Avon Park, as well as areas like the Everglades and the Ocala National Forest. We need to make sure, whether it's federal land or private land, that we're all working together for this rural broadband revolution, and I yield back.
Further discussion? Seeing none. The question occurs on approving HR 3343. And a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Oberalty. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshue. Ms. Eshue votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blount-Rochester. Ms. Blount-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Yes. Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Castor reported?
Ms. Castor is not recorded. Ms. Castor votes aye.
How,
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 51 ayes and 0 nays.
Ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 3565 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3565, a bill to authorize the Federal
Without
Communications...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Mr. Hudson?
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman will be recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I want to thank you and Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Pallone and Matsui for working with me and my good friend Representative Eshu to help advance Next Gen 911 Act, which is included in HR 3565. For 50 years, 911 systems have served the needs of the public in emergencies. As communication technologies have evolved to include wireless phones, text and picture messaging, video chat, social media, and voice over internet protocol devices, or VoIP, I think there's a reasonable expectation that the same technology we carry around with us all day can be used in an emergency. While efforts are underway across the nation to enable call centers to accept text messages, the future success of 911 in serving the public's needs will only be possible when public safety answering points have transitioned to an internet protocol-based 911 system, commonly referred to as Next Gen 911 or NG 911. NG 911 will enhance emergency number services by creating a faster, more resilient system that allows digital information, for example, voice, photos, videos, text messages, to flow seamlessly from the public through the 911 network and eventually directly to the first responders. It will also enable 911 call centers to transfer 911 calls to other call centers and help them deal with call overloads, disasters, and day-to-day transfer of 911 calls to other jurisdictions. This legislation is critical, so I urge support of HR 3565, and I look forward to seeing this bipartisan Next Gen 911 Act pass the House again. And with that, I would love to yield to my colleague, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you. Instead of taking my own time, I just want to, thanks for yielding. I just want to point out this bill funds unmet needs for the RIP and Replace program, which Congress established on a bipartisan basis to reimburse small providers for the replacement of untrusted equipment in their networks. Full funding for this program is vital to protect our networks from adversarial countries like China. It also includes HR 1677, the Smart Spectrum Act. The Smart Spectrum Act will require National Telecommunications Information Administration to establish an incumbent informing capability system to improve spectrum management, facilitate spectrum sharing between federal entities, as well as the sharing of federal spectrum between federal and non-federal users. This system would help mitigate harmful interference. As always, I enjoy working with my friend from California, Ms. Matsui, on these issues, and I will yield back to my friend from North Carolina.
With that, unless anyone else would like some time, I would yield back, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Further discussion? For Ms. Eshu's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Strike the last
Madam
word.
Chairwoman. I move to strike the last word. 911 is a lifeline for Americans in their greatest moments of need. In an emergency, a few things are more important than these three numbers when it comes to getting help. When my children were beginning to understand some things, I said this to them over and over and over again so that they would know if something was very wrong to dial these three numbers. After the horrific attacks on our country on September 11th, I co-founded the E911 caucus in the House. Most of you were not in the Congress then. I founded that caucus with Congressman John Shimkus and two U.S. Senators, Conrad Burns and Hillary Clinton, to support first responders and the public safety community by moving our nation's 911 services into the 21st century. Unfortunately, we have not reached our goal. I mean, imagine this, since over all of these years, we haven't reached our goal, and most of the United States 911 call centers continue to use legacy technology developed over 50 years ago. Representative Hudson and I, a wonderful partner, introduced the Next Generation 911 Act to help states and local jurisdictions modernize their 911 systems. So this is something that every single member in every single congressional district will benefit from. It's not a certain region. It's not a certain party. It's not just for women. This is everyone in our country. This legislation included our bill and will provide $14.8 billion for states and localities to adopt NG 911 technology and help modernize, finally, our call centers. Obviously, it's going to harness the power of this century because it'll allow 911 emergency communication centers to receive real-time location information. That means text messages, photos, videos from individuals at the scene of an emergency, and then share that information with first responders. It'll also make our emergency communication centers more secure, more resilient, more interoperable, and reliable. Think back to 9/11. With first responders going into the towers, police and fire could not communicate with each other. There wasn't any interoperability. And we're still struggling to make that a reality, but this legislation can make it so. So I'm pleased to partner with Mr. Hudson. I'm pleased that the legislation has the support of a very broad coalition of law enforcement and public safety organizations, including the major county sheriffs of America, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Sheriffs Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association, National Association of State EMS Officials, Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, the National Association of State 911 Administrators, and the National Emergency Number Association. I think that covers covers all corners and then some. So I want to thank the organizations. They certainly know what it means to be a stakeholder in this, and urge everyone to support this. Let's get this done for our country. Let's just get it done, put it away. We'll all be better off. With that, I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion?
This is the aims.
No, we haven't gotten to the aims. Okay. So further discussion. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer's recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, and I just like to always acknowledge when we have a discussion about 911 that it was created in Haleyville, Alabama. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Lady from California, Ms. Matsui, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Move to strike the last word. Once again, the House is acting. We're showing a bipartisan willingness to say enough is enough. The longer this lapse drags on, the more we continue to hemorrhage global stature and economic growth. The underlying structure of this bill continues the bipartisan, bicameral framework agreed to last year. It reestablishes FCC auction authority, reasserts the longstanding statutory role of civilian agencies, and funds vital national security initiatives. Specifically, it finishes the work we started up on Rip and Replace. As an original co-sponsor of the Secure and Trusted Networks Act, I cannot stress enough the severity of the threat. There is Chinese gear in America telecommunications networks as we speak. This gear has been recognized by the international community to be vulnerable. It's carrying our personal, financial, and sensitive health information. This is just flat out unacceptable. It's no overstatement to say that this is a national security emergency. I say that because without additional funding, the FCC will be forced to prorate reimbursements on July 15th. For many providers, but especially small rural ones, this will undercut their ability to remove Huawei and ZTE gear. Congress cannot let this happen. Let me repeat, Congress cannot let this happen. For many of us who've been working on this issue, it feels as if we see the train coming but refuse to get off the tracks. Thankfully, this bill will provide a vehicle for addressing the funding shortfall and make good on bipartisan congressional mandate, getting vulnerable Chinese equipment out of our networks as soon as possible. I know some have some reservations about this bill's approach. They cite national security as a reason for their unwillingness to move forward. I don't want to make light of those concerns, but it's important to point out that not acting is a direct threat to America's national security. It lets the Chinese maintain a backdoor into our networks. It tarnishes our standing on the international stage, and it limits our ability to remain the global center of innovation. So I appreciate this committee for taking the lead, as it always has consistently throughout this debate. We're keeping this conversation alive and taking another important step forward. I look forward to supporting this bill on the floor as soon as possible. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there bipartisan amendments to the bill? Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. It's labeled H3565_Ains_01.
Chair will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3565, offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike all after
Without
the...
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Rodgers. My amendment in the nature of a substitute is bipartisan and makes one technical clarification to H.R. 3565. Colleagues, I'm proud to have worked with Chair Rodgers on this Ains and the underlying legislation. Today, the Energy and Commerce Committee is once again considering legislation to extend the Federal Communication Commission's Spectrum Auction Authority, a program that has been important for U.S. innovation and leadership. It's a shame it has been hanging in the balance now for over 2 months. The bill is very similar to the agreement we reached with Senate Commerce Committee leaders last year. First, the bill reauthorizes the FCC's Auction Authority program and also seeks to make additional spectrum available for commercial purposes. It would then direct proceeds from spectrum auctions to fund 2 critical programs: the FCC's Rip and Replace program, which helps secure our communications networks from security risks like Huawei gear, and Next Generation 911, which will fund grants to bring modern communications infrastructure to our emergency response systems. This will ensure that all communities have access to modern emergency infrastructure so that the public can interact with first responders using text, photos, and videos, which will save lives. The bill also requires important spectrum coordination processes be in place and restores the role of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration as the clear manager of federal spectrum. The Ains makes one technical correction to change a definition to align it with the 3-year extension. Again, I want to thank Chair Rodgers for working with me on this Ains, and I'm pleased to join her in this effort. And again, this bill benefits the American public and will help strengthen the U.S.'s ability to remain a leader on the global stage in furthering innovative spectrum uses and policies. So for all these reasons, this is an important amendment and a worthwhile bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself to strike the last word on the amendment. I want to begin by thanking Ranking Member Pallone for working with us over the last year on extending and now reauthorizing the FCC's Spectrum Auction Authority. Several times, the House has acted to ensure the FCC's auction authority did not lapse. Last Congress, the committee and the House passed the Spectrum Innovation Act. This year, we passed my legislation to extend the FCC's auction authority until May 19th. Today, we are renewing our effort. Hopefully, the 3rd time is a charm. The Spectrum Auction Reauthorization Act of 2023 would authorize the FCC's auction authority for 3 years, giving the FCC a key tool to ensure Americans get faster, better service and better position the United States as they continue to negotiate spectrum policy with our allies in preparation for the World Radio Communication Conference this year. It would also establish more certainty in the spectrum management process by restoring more regular order to the existing 3 gigahertz auction without disrupting the ongoing study being done by the Department of Defense. The bill would direct future spectrum auction proceeds to fund the $3.08 billion shortfall for reimbursing small and rural broadband providers to remove equipment that could pose a threat to our national security and military installations. If this legislation does not become law before July 15th, many of these providers could go out of business, leaving rural Americans unconnected. It would fund the bipartisan Next Generation 911 grant program, led by Mr. Hudson and Ms. Eshu, to ensure first responders and the public have the tools they need to respond in times of an emergency. It would lay the foundation to this committee's work on broader spectrum pipeline legislation by directing studies on the feasibility of making federal spectrum available for commercial use. And it would establish the incumbent informing capability at NTIA to bolster these efforts. It is imperative to our economy, our national security, and to our international credibility on spectrum policy that we move this legislation as quickly as possible. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the House and the Senate to move this to the President's desk, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the Ains? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains, the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. The vote now occurs, the question occurs on approving H.R. 3565 as an amendment, as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. Deget. Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. Mr. Curtis votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
How is Mr. Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Mr. Tonko votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 50 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 3557 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3557, a bill to streamline federal,
Without
state.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Mr. Carter?
Madam Chair, I seek permission to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Without objection, the first reading, or the amendment is considered read. First, the amendment reading will be dispensed with. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes on the Ames.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I call up my amendment permitting ANS 02. This amendment makes technical changes to the text approved by the subcommittee. I would like to thank my colleagues on the Communications and Tech Subcommittee for their work to lead on different solutions to lower barriers and streamline the processes for deploying broadband to all Americans. While the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was a missed opportunity, this proposal is an important step in unleashing innovation and turbocharging public and private investment. This bill includes several provisions authored by my Republican subcommittee colleagues addressing everything from duplicate or unnecessary environmental reviews, capping application fees, and providing certainty on the timelines for reviewing permitting requests. First, this bill would streamline the process for requesting approvals to deploy new broadband infrastructure, including wireless towers, fiber broadband, and cable service provider requests. The bill would require that application fees to review permitting applications are based on actual and direct cost, that providers receive a response within a reasonable amount of time, and that there are clear rules of the road for when these timeframes begin and end. And in cases where a broadband provider thinks they were wrongfully denied the ability to provide service, they can receive relief. These changes will allow providers to focus their time and energy on what matters most: connecting all Americans. Second, this bill will streamline the process for requesting approval to upgrade existing infrastructure, including adding 5G to existing 4G towers. Upgrading old copper lines to fiber or deploying Open RAN compatible technologies that will help trusted equipment vendors develop an alternative to Chinese vendors like Huawei and ZTE. These changes will help limit the environmental impact of needing new infrastructure by encouraging providers to upgrade facilities in areas that have already undergone an environmental or historic preservation review. Lastly, this bill will ensure that environmental and historic preservation reviews for broadband deployments are proportional to the level of development taking place. In cases where broadband providers are simply upgrading infrastructure and rights-of-way, they have already been disturbed by other communications or electric utility infrastructure, an environmental review has already been undertaken and the land has already been disturbed. This bill would remove the requirement to conduct these reviews to deploy broadband infrastructure on these lands. This includes waiving the environmental and historic reviews to replace untrusted Huawei equipment that is eligible for reimbursement under the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. This straightforward reform will remove a key barrier to broadband deployment, especially on federal lands where reviews can take more than 2 years. This bill combines legislation led by my Republican colleagues on this committee, and I would like to thank them for their thoughtful proposals to bring affordable broadband to their communities quickly and ensure that taxpayer dollars are not wasted on more red tape. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the Ames? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Johnson on the.
Chair Rodgers, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike.
I strongly support this important legislation, H.R. 3557, which provides a whole package of broadband permitting reform bills offered by members of this committee. Permitting reform at the federal, state, and local levels are long overdue. With billions being spent on broadband deployment, it's critical that we make sure these funds will be used in a timely and cost-efficient manner to bridge the digital divide, and this legislation combines dozens of common-sense reforms to help accomplish that goal. Specifically, this bill includes the text of my legislation, H.R. 3289, the Wireless Competition and Efficient Broadband Deployment Act, which would remove the requirement to prepare an environmental or a historic preservation review in order to add new or upgrade existing wireless facilities infrastructure. Eliminating repetitive and burdensome reviews is common sense and leads to more efficient broadband deployment. So I urge my colleagues to support this package of vital broadband permitting reforms, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Peters for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been really outspoken about my interest in reforming processes to make things go faster. In the wake of the amazing historic investments we've made in the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and I think that we need that reform in energy, we need that reform in chips. Energy if we're going to achieve our climate goals, chips if we're going to actually compete with China and secure our supply chain, and I believe broadband as well. And so I want to thank the authors for addressing this issue. I'm not going to support this version of it because of a few things that perhaps we could work on. But I want to acknowledge the work that they've done, and I think that there's room for improvement in the process that we have before us. One thing that I think that this issue tries to deal with is the local conflict. We have a national interest in building out broadband, but we will face challenges at the local level, and I appreciate the idea of the shot clock that's in this bill. I started on the city council. I was a city council member and city council president. One of the things the federal government did for me was the Telecommunications Act of 1996. It basically said that local governments had no jurisdiction to stop cell towers. We had determined as a federal government that they were safe, that they were necessary to build out our infrastructure, and I was able as a city council member to say, we don't have jurisdiction over that, and it didn't interfere with the development of the communications network. I think the federal government may be in that position to do that on things like broadband and some energy projects. And so I want to indicate my openness to that. I think the shot clock here is a little too tight. I think 60 days is tough, and I think also my understanding is that the Democratic staff presented some contingencies that we wanted taken care of that my friends on the other side were not willing to accept at this time. The NEPA exemptions are a little bit overbroad for me, although I think there's room to work on detailed review, targeted review for things that are already disturbed, like Mr. Carter described. And I'm just want to indicate my willingness, despite my view that this is overly broad, to work on a better process in the future with my colleagues. I think we all have an interest in closing the digital divide. We have the money in the bank. We don't want that money to be wasted. We want it to go to the people who need it. And I think today's a good start, but it's not there yet for me. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Duncan's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak on the bill. I want to thank the authors of this legislation. It's important to build out broadband across the country, especially in rural areas like South Carolina. Do understand there is concern about some of the work that's being done on and around railroad right-of-ways. And I know the committee has made a commitment to work with the stakeholders to address the railroad right-of-way work and just to make sure that our rails are safe and secure. And so I want to commend the committee for being able to look at that, work with the railroads, and see if we can come up with some language before this goes to the floor to tweak it a little bit and make sure that the railroad right-of-ways are protected and adhered to. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes Ms. Lesko for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you to Congressman Carter and others for leading the American Broadband Deployment Act, which aims to remove barriers to broadband expansion and close the digital divide. This bill includes the text of my bill, the Cable Expansion Act. The Cable Expansion Act streamlines the permitting process for cable operators that apply to a franchise authority to deploy new or co-located facilities for broadband service. Additionally, the bill preserves local authority over siting facilities for cable service while establishing a responsibility to respond on franchising authorities and placing reasonable limits on aspects of such reviews, such as establishing criteria for denial and ensuring non-discriminatory review requirements. The bill also establishes a timeline within which an application would be required to be approved or denied. If a request is not approved or denied within reason, within the established timeframes, the request would automatically be deemed granted. As broadband companies work to lay cable lines to deliver faster speeds for customers, they are often faced with a patchwork of regulatory laws to continue their projects across county and state lines. Broadband companies usually deal with franchising authorities at the city and county levels to get regulatory approval to continue their projects. In many cases, entire projects are put on hold as one franchising authority has not weighed in on the proposal for their jurisdiction. This bill requires franchise authorities to make a judgment on broadband infrastructure in a timely manner. Specifically, 90 days are given to franchise authorities to approve or deny projects requiring authorization to place, construct, or modify a cable or similar infrastructure. I am proud to have my bill included in the American Broadband Deployment Act that aims to turbocharge public and private investment by promoting new and upgraded infrastructure deployments, boosting competition, streamlining permitting processes, facilitating broadband deployment on federal lands, and closing the digital divide in both rural and urban areas. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the Ains? The gentlelady from Illinois seeks recognition.
I just want to thank the authors of the bill. My district is urban, suburban, and rural, and I have a lot of folks that need help with broadband, but I did want to share a letter that we received from the city of Chicago, and it represents national organizations representing local governments from mid-April to the subcommittee, or now to the committee. Their primary concerns are that the bill will allow cable operators to modify terms or requirements in franchise agreements. It will prohibit state and local governments from revoking cable franchises, preempt state and local zoning authority over the placement of cell phone towers and equipment, eliminate state and local government authority to manage public right-of-ways and to collect fair market compensation for their use and management, and preempt state and local zoning authority over the placement of some cable equipment. They feel it will also impact 5G and future wireless broadband deployments on City of Chicago right-of-way. Also will prevent our ability to encourage and incentivize more equitable wireless development. So I'm just reading their concerns.
Does the gentlelady wish to include the letter in the record and submit?
This is just the overall summary.
Okay. All right, thank
I
you.
will
Okay.
find the
Thank you.
letter. Thank you.
Does the gentlelady yield back? Gentlelady yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the Ains? The gentleman from Indiana seeks recognition. Why does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman moves to strike the last word, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues join me in supporting the American Broadband Deployment Act, which includes my legislation, H.R. 3342, the SPEED Act. I am glad to work with my colleagues to move this legislation forward by helping to cut red tape in the permitting process and effectively deploy broadband to Hoosiers at a faster pace. The SPEED Act is a solution to the duplicative broadband permitting review process for companies who are currently working to reinstall new equipment in the same right-of-way. Under current law, companies who wish to replace equipment must undergo non-essential and redundant permitting applications just to replace equipment in the same area. This legislation, in addition to the American Broadband Deployment Act, ensures companies can effectively provide internet service to millions of Americans in need who don't have it as well. Hoosiers have waited too long to have access to critical internet infrastructure, and many Americans remain at risk of being left behind by our nation's growing digital divide. The SPEED Act will streamline the permitting process for broadband infrastructure so that residents in rural areas have more modern, accessible broadband. I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the bill or on the Ains? The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized, seeks recognition. What's the gentleman seek recognition for?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes, seeks to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to offer my support of the package of permitting bills before us today, including H.R. 3288, the Broadband Competition and Efficiency Deployment Act. In the 21st century, access to reliable broadband is truly the key to success, especially in rural Pennsylvania communities. The critical tool is what drives the economy. It connects students with their teachers. It cultivates farmlands and aids dairy farmers each and every day. It allows doctors to see their patients. It allows small businesses to communicate with their customers. And it allows families to connect with their loved ones. Yet too many Americans in districts like mine continue to be long overdue for fast, affordable, and reliable internet access. Something that seems so simple and fundamental is often met with opposition or delay, especially with regard to build-out and permitting for this necessary infrastructure. In an effort to close the connectivity divide, I have led legislation that would cut through the bureaucratic red tape and streamline the permitting process in order to speed up the deployment of critical broadband infrastructure. It's the responsibility of this body to begin the process of deploying broadband to these often overlooked and underserved communities. Therefore, I urge adoption of this package of bills and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the Ains? Hearing none, are there amendments? Oh, I'm sorry. The gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition. Ladies and gentlemen from Ohio seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
To clarify, is this bald OH_008?
Yes, ma'am.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Mr. Balderson of Ohio.
Without objection, the first reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the amendment is open at this time for discussion. Mr. Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the legislative hearing on broadband permitting, we heard from stakeholders about the primary barriers they encounter when deploying new broadband networks. One of these barriers was deploying telecommunications service facilities at railroad crossings. And he left. This amendment builds on the discussion we had at the hearing by making state or local authorization to access a public right-of-way sufficient for placing, constructing, or modifying a telecommunications service facility within a public right-of-way that intersects with a transportation crossing. Rail safety is paramount. That is why this amendment also instructs the Commission to coordinate directly with the Department of Transportation to create regulations that ensure safety while allowing for timely placement of telecommunications service facilities. This amendment is a good middle ground to ensure the build-out of networks in a timely manner while also making sure we can do compromise rail safety. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the amendment? Hearing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other further amendments? For what purposes the ranking member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled Deemed 01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 12, strike the line 25.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offered this amendment at last week's subcommittee markup, but I believe that this point is critically important and bears repeating. My amendment aims to remove arbitrary deadlines and narrow timeframes in this bill that preempt state and local authorities' ability to make decisions that suit their community's needs and best interests. That's why these deemed granted provisions that Republicans are rushing through, I think, are a bad process and are troubling to me and local elected officials in the towns we represent. H.R. 3557 would enact narrow and arbitrary timeframes to approve or deny applications and then deem them granted if a decision hasn't been made by that time. Now, to be clear, if a local planning board or town council is reviewing a project and does not approve it under a deadline set by House Republicans, the applicant's proposal would automatically be considered approved without any further input from the community. And I have serious concerns that this approach raises more questions than answers, especially when it comes to liability in the case of accidents. The reality is, no matter where you go in this country, local governments have an important role to play reviewing and approving construction projects. My Republican colleagues like to demonize local governments for not approving projects in the amount of time they would like, but this bill does nothing to address a major concern that was raised by all of the witnesses at the legislative hearing on this topic, and that is a lack of qualified personnel to process these applications, particularly in smaller towns and counties. Instead, they would wave their wand and approve these applications without further process. Now, anyone who has served at the local level, and I have, knows there is a lot more to these decisions than a simple yes or no. In many cases, there is negotiation between towns or counties and communication providers for access to rights of way or other publicly owned areas. This one-size-fits-all mandate to approve projects in 2 months weakens a community's ability to get the job done right, while at the same time ignoring the realities of many local government calendars. People who serve in county and municipal government are public servants who are accountable to the people who live in their communities, and they are responsible for acting in their best interests, especially as it pertains to utilities and services in a county or town. And no one thinks about who is responsible for ensuring there is ample public safety personnel for traffic duty to ensure the safety of the workers and community members alike during construction, or the complexity of scheduling certain construction projects to avoid road closures or other disruptions that can and often do occur as a result. It's the mayors and councils and planning boards and zoning boards who are responsible for these considerations, and they're on the hook if anything goes wrong or someone gets hurt. And perhaps that is why we received a letter today from the Georgia Municipal Association, which represents all 537 municipalities in the bill's sponsor's home state, and they strongly oppose this bill. And I would ask unanimous consent to submit this letter for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. I have great respect for my friend from Georgia. He knows how much I love the state, but I am struggling to understand how his constituents and mine are served well by these proposals, because the deemed granted provisions are not the only areas where this legislation removes critical local authorities. At best, these provisions remove local leverage to negotiate the specifics of projects to best serve the community. At worst, they can put people at risk. And those of us that work closely with our mayors and council, which I think is true for everyone on the dais here, we know that they're the first ones to step up when it comes to deploying communications infrastructure in their towns. What possible advantage would come from deliberately ignoring or delaying requests to improve services for their constituents? So last week, I challenged my Republican colleagues to tell their mayors they voted for this bill the next time they went home and see what they say. So when I went home this past weekend and I saw some of the mayors in my counties, I mentioned it to them, and of course I was glad to not be on the record supporting this bill. So I would encourage our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to go back to the drawing board and work with Democrats in a productive way that might actually get some bills signed into law. It's not as though Democrats are not trying to provide thoughtful ways to enact permitting reform bills that do not trample on these protections, but so far the Republicans have said no. So I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to preserve state and local authority and vote yes on the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any others wishing to be recognized on the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with $42 billion ready to go out the door for broadband development, we have to provide accountability on agencies and certainty to providers whether or not they will get their permits approved. Delays in the permitting process have the potential to ruin the success of connecting all Americans, and we cannot risk this money getting wasted. Here, the Democrats are trying to strike deemed grant remedies created in this bill to ensure that state and local governments act within their review times. What's interesting is that some of the deemed grant remedies they are trying to strike were first enacted by the Democrats. Deemed grant remedies are not new. One already exists when state and local governments fail to act on an eligible facilities request within 60 days. This was enacted in a bipartisan rulemaking implemented by a Democrat FCC. Then FCC Commissioner Rosenworcel and Chairman Wheeler both praised the rules as balancing the need to streamline the permitting process for the next generation of wireless technology while preserving state and local authority. Commissioner Rosenworcel, speaking about the FCC's order, that's because the rules we put in place today are our first steps to encourage development of infrastructure that is absolutely critical for the next generation of wireless service, that being 5G. Chairman Wheeler, speaking about the FCC's order, said, high-speed mobile broadband also requires high-speed broadband build-out. However, the regulatory burdens associated with deployments can be expensive and time-consuming. This order takes concrete steps to immediately and substantially ease those burdens. My manager's amendment applies the same reasoning to other requests to deploy new fixed and mobile communications infrastructure. My amendment also broadens the deemed grants to apply to federal agencies, which is necessary in order to ensure that the timeline requirements in the infrastructure law are met and that the billions of dollars ready to be spent on deployment are not wasted. For that reason, I will oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Watt-Rochester. Ms. Watt-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
Are
Chair
there,
Rodgers?
are there
Rogers
members
votes
who wish to
aye.
be recorded?
Chair Rodgers votes no.
How's the gentleman from Utah recorded?
Chair Rodgers votes no. Chair Rodgers is recorded as no.
The gentleman from Utah?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. Mr. Curtis votes no.
How is Mr. Dunn recorded?
Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Mr. Dunn votes no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote? Their clerk will report the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We have another? Oh, I'm sorry. How's the gentleman from Texas recorded?
Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes aye.
Is the gentleman from Alabama recorded?
Mr. Palmer is recorded as no.
Okay, thank you. The clerk will report the roll.
Chair Ladd, on that vote, we have 22 ayes and 28 nays.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Why does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment, or which amendment is it, to make sure we have that?
And Amendment 3.
And you said Amendment 03?
Correct.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Ms. Dingle.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is essential that we are able to fully unleash the benefits of a once-in-a-generation investments into broadband build-out. We all know and recognize that this is a critical opportunity for our communities and the nation. And as I have stated and will continue to state, I want to work with my Republican colleagues on bipartisan permitting reform efforts that will strengthen our economy, our competition with China, and help us meet these climate goals. But these efforts must protect our landmark environmental and public health laws. And this includes any permitting changes to build out critical broadband networks. Broadband programs that, I remind everyone, were made possible by the investments made in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. But not everybody supported that, but every community throughout the country stands to benefit from, and it will ensure that every American has affordable and quality broadband access. I am disappointed that the underlying bill does not identify targeted improvements, nor does it ensure the continued efficacy of environmental protections and community involvement in permitting processes. In reality, this bill guts NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, making broad exceptions to this key environmental law, frankly, at the expense of both the health of our communities and the efficacy of the rollout of these new projects. This is deeply concerning. Look, I've made a commitment. John Dingell, who this room is named of, was the original author of NEPA, and he wrote it 50 years ago. It needs to be modernized. But we've got to make sure we do it with the protecting original intent, and you can do both. The Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act laid out stringent timelines for network build-out to ensure that every American can receive affordable broadband service, a goal that we all share, as internet access has become an absolute necessity for everyone to participate in the digital economy, education, and more. Some of my colleagues here have raised concerns about our ability to meet these accessibility goals within the statutory timeframe of that law while meeting all permitting requirements of federal, state, and local laws. It is critical that we meet these goals, but it can't come at the direct expense of local jurisdictions' autonomy
and important protections that safeguards Americans' health and access to clean water, air, and the environment. My amendment strikes out these harmful NEPA exclusions. We need to take a common sense approach that balances the need for timely broadband permitting while ensuring that experts and others have been able to evaluate the potential harms instead of ignoring the issue altogether like this Ains would do. I do hope that we can all come together, Republicans and Democrats, to make thoughtful improvements to combat climate change, support robust network build-out, and provide efficient and effective review of these new projects. I strongly urge every member of this committee to support my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Chairman,
seeks
move to strike
recognition.
the last word.
The gentleman seeks to strike the last word and recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carter's American Broadband Deployment Act takes reasonable steps to limit and eliminate duplicative or unnecessary environmental reviews for broadband projects. In many cases, broadband infrastructure is being deployed in rights-of-ways or easements where communications and utility infrastructure already exists. These areas have already undergone environmental reviews, yet we still require these, in most cases, unnecessary and duplicative reviews when coming back to add or upgrade broadband infrastructure. Republicans do not disagree that environmental reviews are necessary. Rather, those reviews should be proportionate to the disturbance being caused by the project. Where infrastructure already exists and where the broadband projects are small or not disturbing any new lands, why should we repeat what we already know? These redundant reviews do not provide any tangible benefit, yet they add considerable cost and delay to broadband deployment. Our legislation is squarely focused on reducing environmental reviews for previously disturbed lands. This means that after a hurricane, tornado, or wildfire rips through a community and destroys broadband infrastructure, the permitting process won't add to delay in restoring communications equipment. It means encouraging broadband deployment to take place in existing utility corridors and preserve our environment rather than pushing projects to dig up new land that may be more cost-effective without these reforms. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support Mr. Carter's management amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, at this time, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay? No. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the yeas and nays.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. Teget. Ms. Teget votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes no.
Are there members wishing to be recorded?
Ms. Miller Meeks, you are not recorded. Ms. Miller Meeks votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded?
Ms. Schreier, you are not recorded. Ms. Schreier votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded? If not, the clerk will report the result of the roll call.
Mr. Latta, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 27 noes.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments at this time? For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I
The,
believe it's labeled Amendment 2.
the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Mr. Tonko. Page 76, strike lines 19.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. History and heritage in New York's capital region and in all of our districts are critical components of the fabric of the communities that we represent. The National Historic Preservation Act became law nearly 60 years ago to protect places that are significant in our nation's history, vital to our constituents today, and certainly worthy of passing on to future generations. And the NHPA was enacted because common sense means of protecting these special places benefits everyone. Historic places and lands drive a powerful heritage tourism industry. They create local jobs and economic opportunity, support small businesses, provide affordable housing, and contribute to public education. In my district today, historic downtowns house small businesses and draw visitors. A former stop on the Underground Railroad continues to provide support to marginalized members of our community, and the historic Erie Canal grounds the region in its innovative and pioneer spirit. While I care about historic preservation, I also believe that every American should have access to quality and affordable broadband service. There could be an opportunity to ensure that the process for review under the NHPA for broadband projects is more efficient, perhaps by excluding certain technological updates to projects that recently received NHPA approval from a second NHPA review. But this language goes much further than that by exempting a broad definition of telecommunications projects from any NHPA review, and not just projects on lands that have previously undergone such a review, as the majority's memo suggests. My amendment would strike this language that broadly excludes broadband projects from NHPA review. All Americans deserve access to a quality and affordable broadband connection, and I do believe that we should be able to fulfill that promise without adversely affecting their local history, heritage, or homeland infrastructure. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? And for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, striking the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's amendments. I truly believe Mr. Carter's American Broadband Deployment Act takes reasonable steps to limit and eliminate duplicative or unnecessary historic preservation reviews for broadband projects. In many cases, broadband infrastructure is being deployed in rights-of-way or easements where communications and utility infrastructure already exists. These areas have already undergone historic preservation reviews. Yet we still require these unnecessary and duplicative reviews when coming back to add or upgrade broadband infrastructure. Republicans do not disagree that these reviews are necessary. But where infrastructure already exists, and where the broadband projects are small or not disturbing any new lands, why should we repeat what we already know? These redundant reviews add considerable cost and delay to broadband deployment. Further, we want broadband deployment to take place in existing utility corridors rather than pushing projects to dig up new land. Requiring these duplicative reviews would encourage that waste. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I support Mr. Carter's manager's amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Texas seeks recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek a point of personal privilege.
The gentleman is recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief. We have 20-plus students from Garden City, Texas here. We talk about rural broadband, Glasscock County, Texas. This is exactly what I spoke about yesterday about rural broadband, and I'd like to recognize them because this is the future. Thank you all for being here, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing there is no further discussion, a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Yes.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Ms. Watt Rochester? Ms. Watt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand? Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers? Chair Rodgers votes no.
Are there members wishing to be recorded? How's the gentleman from Kentucky recorded? No, no, no. No.
Mr. Guthrie votes no.
The gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes no.
How's the gentleman from Pennsylvania recorded?
Mr. Joyce is not recorded. Mr. Joyce votes no.
How's the gentleman from California recorded?
Mr. Cardenas is not recorded. Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
The gentlelady from Colorado?
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Gentlelady from Michigan, how is she recorded?
Ms. Dingle is not recorded. Ms. Dingle votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll and report the result.
Chair Latta, on that vote, we have 22 ayes and 27 nays.
Thank you very much. The amendment is not adopted. Are there other amendments? For what purpose does the gentlelady, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Communication and Technology, wish to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
It is labeled Fees 01.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Ms. Matsui. Page 95.
Without
after-
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment today to make a small change that will provide resources to support more timely approval of broadband applications. My amendment would allow agencies to keep the fees they collect to help process more broadband applications. As it stands under this legislation, these application fees would need to be returned to the Treasury. I think that's short-sighted. At a permitting hearing, both industry and public interest witnesses mentioned the lack of resources as a major barrier to timely approval of applications. Well, here's a way to help that won't require any new spending, and there's plenty of precedent for what this amendment would do, reinvesting the fees collected from an industry to help fund the needs of the industry. We do it in transportation, in telecom, and healthcare. To me, broadband permitting would be no different. To the Treasury, these fees would be a drop in the bucket. But for a cash-strapped federal permitting office, it could make a huge difference. So I hope members of this committee will consider this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back. And what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I speak in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Congress, the federal government receives funds from a variety of sources, including tax revenues, fees, fines, penalties, and settlements. And these collections come from a wide variety of sources. Under the Constitution, we as members of Congress make the laws and provide the money to implement these appropriation decisions and these laws. The executive branch, as we all know, carries out these laws. Under this system, Congress has the final word as to how much money can be spent by a given agency or a given program. So it's ultimately up to Congress to determine how much the executive branch can spend and how much the agencies can retain. And while the majority of federal revenues come from taxes, these agencies collect, as I said, billions of dollars in fees, fines, penalties, and settlements, thus providing them with unappropriated funds. And allowing the federal agencies to retain these unappropriated funds undermines Congress's ability to exercise oversight over federal agencies through the power of the purse. It can also add
to the unobligated fund balance being held by the federal agencies. From 2017 to 2020, year-end unobligated balances ranged, and this may catch some of you by surprise, from almost $958 billion to an estimated $1.3 trillion, according to the Office of Management and Budget. And federal agencies carried over an estimated $1 trillion in unspent unobligated balances 2020 to 2021. And I just think at a time when the federal debt is at an unsustainable level, it is incumbent on Congress to not only get spending under control, but to also exercise appropriation authority over all federal revenues, including non-tax collections. And that includes all the fines, fees, penalties, and settlements. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the Constitution imposes a requirement on Congress to maintain the constitutional power of the purse by appropriating these funds and defining their use by agencies. We should not relinquish this constitutional power of the purse, and instead we should fulfill our constitutional responsibility by requiring that these fees be subject to the appropriation process. So I urge my colleagues to vote no and to protect the power of the purse of the United States Congress. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. Roll call. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Whit-Rochester. Ms. Whit-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes no.
As the gentleman from Kentucky recorded,
Mr. Guthrie votes no.
are there a gentleman from Georgia, how is he recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
Are there other members wishing to be recorded?
Mr. Carter votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the result.
I don't know, I've been using this one. Is that yours? Oh, shit, sorry.
The clerk will report the result.
Chair Ladd, on that vote, we have 23 ayes and 26 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's labeled presumption_01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3557, offered by Mr. Ruiz. Strike Section 302.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
My amendment strikes the Section 302 of H.R. 3557, Rep. Carter's American Broadband Deployment Act of 2023. H.R. 3557 fast-tracks broadband expansion by stomping over the sovereignty rights of tribes. In Section 302 of H.R. 3557, it is presumed that if a tribe received a new tower submission packet or co-location request and did not respond to within 45 days, then the tribe is disclaiming its interest in the project on or across their land. In other words, broadband companies can inform a sovereign tribal nation that they want to build a tower on their tribal land, and if the tribe doesn't respond within 45 days, the company can go in and build on their land without consent. That is simply preposterous. This is, however, historically consistent with how tribes have been wrongly treated. This is wrong in so many levels. A 45-day window is not sufficient to allow anyone to thoughtfully consider whether and how something being built on or across their land may disrupt sites of historic, religious, or cultural significance. This creates a path to avoid meaningful consultation with tribes, and this violates the very notion that tribes are sovereign nations. As member of Congress, we have a responsibility to consider tribal matters just as we would other nation-to-nation issues. It's in our Constitution. This duty stems from a number of different statutes, treaties, and our court decisions handed down for more than 200 years. By making a presumption of approval based on a lack of response, this bill is tramping on another nation's right to decide what happens on their own land and in areas that may hold significant cultural significance. This is unacceptable, disrespectful, and a dereliction of duty towards tribal nations. We must uphold the sovereignty of tribal nations. The expansion of broadband service must be in partnership with tribes on their land and with meaningful consultation. We should work together with the tribes on getting them access to the funding that expands broadband on tribal lands through historic investments in the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 and my Tribal Broadband Expansion Act. We must remain vigilant to ensure that tribal voices are a part of the discussion and not just snuffed out by making these kinds of presumptions that will only cause friction. It's a check the box. They didn't respond. We can go in and do whatever we want on tribal land, on their land. So I urge my colleagues to reject the underlying bill and to support my amendment. I yield some time to Tony Cardenas.
Thank you very much for yielding. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about sovereign nations. One of the realities of sovereign nations throughout our country is that most sovereign nations don't have enough resources to be self-reliant and self-sufficient. They don't have enough resources to have the technical expertise or legal expertise to respond in time to a 45-day requirement. It is ridiculous that anybody would have it's ridiculous to have tribes, sovereign nations, with the difficulties that they have without the resources to have reliant and sufficient expertise to have the tightest time frame of all the other local governments that are mentioned in the bill. For example, we're talking about 60 days, 90 days for local governments and other entities, and yet here, all of a sudden, for some reason, tribal nations, sovereign nations are not afforded even that much respect, and actually it is just unbelievable that anybody would believe that it's okay for a private company to be afforded the authority and the ability to traverse tribal lands, sovereign lands, just because they want to put up a physical facility. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back,
And I yield back to you.
and the gentleman yields back his time. Is there discussion? Further discussion? The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Strike
I'd
the
like-
last word.
Thank you. I'd like to clarify exactly Mr. Carter's legislation and address it in regards to the concerns of the amendment. Mr. Carter's legislation would ensure that tribal nations have adequate opportunity to claim an interest in prospective broadband deployment applications that may affect tribal or historic properties. In fact, the Republican legislation would ensure there are multiple opportunities for tribal nations and Native Hawaiian organizations to ensure any broadband deployment adequately protects their historic properties. Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act requires the FCC to notify Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations when a proposed communications tower to deploy or modify a communications facility could impact them. The Tower Construction Notification System, or TCNS, is used to share information about the location and nature of the proposed tower with Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations, who can then directly communicate with the companies. However, sometimes tribal nations do not claim an interest in an application, even when they are notified by TCNS that a proposed tower could be built near a historic site. The Carter legislation makes important clarifications to ensure that proposed communication towers are appropriately notified to Indian tribes and that they have all the information they need to claim an interest in an application. This amendment also codifies important steps to ensure broadband providers follow up after a 45-day period if they do not hear back from an Indian tribe or only after multiple attempts. Nothing in this amendment would regulate the fees that Indian tribes could charge to review a proposed tower. Nothing in this amendment prohibits an Indian tribe from charging an upfront fee for receiving a proposed tower. This amendment simply clarifies the tribal notification process so that both broadband providers and tribal nations have clear rules of the road. I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment and support the American Broadband Deployment Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Grinshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Mont-Rochester. Ms. Mont-Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote? Oh, and has the gentleman from Indiana been recorded?
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded. Mr. Bouchon votes no.
Are there any other members? Hearing none, the clerk will report the result of the roll call.
Chair Ladd, on that vote, we have 23 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? At this time, the vote will occur on the Ains as amended. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Ains is agreed to. At this time, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3557 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Carter. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. No. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes no. Ms. Watt-Rochester. Ms. Watt-Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote? How's the gentlelady from Colorado recorded?
Ms. DeGette is not recorded. Ms. DeGette votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Chair Ladd, on that vote, we have 27 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1160 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1160, a bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to promulgate regulations to facilitate the timely submission of notifications regarding
Without
cybersecurity.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is open to amendment for any time, at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment at the desk.
Oh, I'm sorry. The gentleman seeks recognition from Michigan. What's the amendment?
FCO 1.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1160 offered by Mr. Wahlberg. Beginning on page 2, line 26, strike "and potential cybersecurity
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Critical Electric Infrastructure Cybersecurity Incident Reporting Act amends the Federal Power Act to establish the Department of Energy as the designated agency to receive notifications regarding cybersecurity incidents with respect to critical electric infrastructure. This bipartisan legislation, which I introduced with Representative Schreier, is a critical step in improving our ability to respond to cyber threats and ensure that we have the necessary information to prevent future attacks. DOE is the sector-specific agency and the experts when it comes to energy cybersecurity. Cyber attacks on energy infrastructure reached record highs last year, and we need to establish better communication and coordination between the department, industry, and the public. After receiving feedback from stakeholders, the amendment makes helpful changes to align existing reporting requirements and extend the reporting time. It also provides important protections for entities who report these incidents, ensuring that they are not unfairly punished or held liable for their efforts to protect the grid. The amendment allows more flexibility going forward, requiring the Secretary of Energy to establish a rulemaking process with opportunity for public comment and feedback before issuing any final rule. These changes will allay some concerns from industry about duplication and keep the process open while still satisfying the serious need to bolster our energy sector cybersecurity. I want to thank Chair Rodgers, Ranking Member Pallone, and Representative Schreier for their help in making these changes and working diligently with stakeholders to improve the legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady from Washington seeks recognition. What does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg, for working with me and my team together on this, and thank you to the chairwoman and ranking member for including this. You know, when it comes to our national security, cybersecurity is a major concern, as my colleague, Mr. Wahlberg, just pointed out. And broadly, Department of Homeland Security manages these threats and is generally the point agency. But energy systems, power plants, electric grid, these are high risk, and they're just different as targets, as we've already seen examples of in our country. So when it comes to our critical electric infrastructure, we just need the Department of Energy to be involved and to play a key role. So I am just so pleased that much of the feedback that we received by industry was thoughtfully considered and addressed in this amended text, including providing for an extended public comment period. So I encourage engagement from power companies, utilities throughout this public comment period to make sure that the rulemaking is right. And I'm committed, along with my colleague, Mr. Wahlberg, and the other members of this committee, to ensure that we can properly protect the cybersecurity of our power system and ensure the Department of Energy has an appropriate place at the table for such important discussions. With that, I yield back. Encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. What does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Yes, I would like to speak to the base bill. May I go ahead now?
Yeah, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move to strike the last word. I'm, as a former board member of the American Public Power Association on their National Policy Board, and as the president of Municipal Power for 8 years, I, of course, have noted the opposition from APPA, and would just like to speak for a moment to that and understand firsthand the limited resources of these municipal power organizations, sometimes very, very small cities, very small staffs, and would like to just appeal to Ms. Schreier and Mr. Wahlberg to continue to work with APPA as this moves to the floor and see if we can get resolution on some of their concerns. I'm happy to play a role in that if possible with my relationship with them. And at the same time,
I want to point out to my friends at APPA that the sector risk management agencies are so important in this, like DOE. And when it comes to combating cybersecurity threats, they bring expertise, they bring history, and they bring relationships that I understand why the need for this bill. And just hope we can work with them as we move this towards the floor. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment or the bill? No. Here. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlelady from New York seeks recognition. What does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues, in the last Congress, I served as chair of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection on the Homeland Security Committee. Following the SolarWinds supply chain attack, Colonial Pipeline, and other high-profile cyber attacks last Congress, we identified critical gaps that undermine our national cybersecurity posture. The most critical vulnerability was that we lacked cross-sector visibility of malicious cyber activity happening on our domestic networks. For the better part of the 117th Congress, I worked with my colleagues in the House and Senate to introduce and refine the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act. At the outset, we had two clear goals. First, to disrupt the malicious cyber campaigns earlier, and second, to understand our adversaries better so we could move strategically and deploy resources to buy down risk. We recognized by adding additional reporting obligations to the private sector, we needed to ensure that we balanced the demands of incident response with those of regulatory compliance. Importantly, we acknowledged that the federal government had an obligation to add value to the new insights incident reporting would provide and translate that analysis into actionable guidance that will reach across critical infrastructure sectors. I was proud that we passed the CERCIA into law, and Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, is now in the process of implementing it. I believe the bill before us today is redundant and may cause more harm than good as it seeks to silo certain cyber incident information sharing at the Department of Energy, which is unfortunate because the technology that underpins the electric subsector is used across other sectors. It makes no mention of CERCIA. It makes no meaningful effort to ensure incident reporting requirements are appropriately harmonized. And I'm glad to see the manager's amendment make improvements to the bill, but it still conflicts with the CERCIA framework by reducing the window for reporting as victim entities is responding to a cyber incident and establishes new definitions for the types of incidents that must be reported. CERCIA allows parallel reporting frameworks to exist and puts in place mechanisms to reduce the regulatory burden on covered entities, included by establishing the Cyber Incident Reporting Council and directing CISA to enter into MOUs with agencies and substantially similar reporting requirements. This bill makes no mention of these important burden-reducing mechanisms. In fact, it appears to be an attempt to short-circuit the CISA rulemaking process, which is currently underway. We must be mindful that we are adding new burdens on the entities that are victims of cyber incidents, and conflicting regulations will frustrate incident response and compliance. I understand and respect the goals of HR 1160, but unfortunately, I cannot support it. Having said that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. And for what purpose does the gentleman from South
Move to
Carolina
strike the last
seek recognition? The gentleman seeks to strike the last word, and you're recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cybersecurity is the number one threat to our energy infrastructure and critical infrastructure. In fact, a recent intelligence community threat assessment stated that China has the ability to launch cyber attacks on critical infrastructure such as disruption of a natural gas pipeline, and Russia has the ability to execute cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, such as disrupting an electrical distribution network. The threat from foreign adversaries is growing and evolving day by day. Enhanced coordination between the federal government and the energy sector is a critical step in improving the resilience of our energy system to cyber attacks. Mr. Wahlberg and Ms. Schreier's bill is amends the Federal Power Act to authorize DOE to issue regulations to require critical electric infrastructure owners and operators, such as utilities, to share information regarding cybersecurity incidents with the Department of Energy. DOE is statutorily designated Sector Risk Management Agency for energy sector cybersecurity. It is critical that DOE receive the relevant cyber threat information from the energy industry so that it can improve federal government's response to and recovery from such events. Now, I've heard concerns from some in industry that this bill is duplicative to existing requirements, and I understand that concern, but the amendment offered today directs the DOE in its rulemaking to harmonize its updated regulations with existing cybersecurity incident reporting requirements. The amendment also addresses other concerns raised by industry, including removing language on potential cyber incidents throughout the bill and adding liability protections for utilities that submit information to DOE and explicit language that mandates a public comment period for rulemaking. It's not our intention to burden the energy industry with duplicative reporting requirements. The intention of this bill is to enhance situational awareness of the energy sector through information sharing with the DOE and to explicitly designate DOE as the lead agency to receive such notifications from the energy industry. It is then imperative that the DOE share that information with the federal government, not burden private sector with reporting requirements to numerous agencies. So I support the bill, I support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to speak in favor of this bill. I appreciate the comments that have been made. I think this is an important discussion, especially the district that I represent, which has a tremendous amount of energy that comes out of it. I do support 1160 as well as Mr. Wahlberg's amendment. And I think when you look at the requirements, this for protecting, as my colleague from South Carolina just mentioned, for protecting the energy industry from cyber attacks and making sure that not only we can identify those, but we can also use the appropriate expertise within the federal government to respond to and mitigate those threats that happen upon our critical electrical infrastructure. This committee has worked with the electrical sector to ensure that some of the concerns that have previously existed, as my colleague from Utah mentioned, have been alleviated. That includes the reporting timeline increasing to 48 hours from 24, adding liability protections for entities that submit cyber incidents to DOE, adding in mandatory language that ensures the DOE rulemaking is harmonized with existing reporting requirements for the electrical sector, as well as establishing mandatory public comment period for the rulemaking. And I believe with these changes, this bill is an important step for improving the resilience of the electric grid to cyber threats. DOE being the sector risk management agency for the energy sector, cyber, which is codified in numerous statutes, and this bill strengthens that role while also ensuring that the electrical sector is not subject to the duplicative reporting requirements. We all know that the threat from the Chinese Communist Party, from Russia, from Iran, and other malign actors around the world is not going to stop, and this provides another layer that is not duplicative. I urge my colleagues to support both the underlying bill and the amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing no further discussion, the question now occurs on approving HR 1160, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Aye. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Clark. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Recorded? How is Mr. Cardenas recorded?
Mr. Cardenas is not recorded. Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson is not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes aye.
How is Ms. Kamick recorded?
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes aye.
Oh, the clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 49 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3277 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3277, a bill to amend the
Without
Department of...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on this bill?
Madam Chair.
Mr.
move to strike the last
Wahlberg?
word.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Strike the last word and speak on behalf of my bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud that the committee is considering my legislation, H.R. 3277, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act. The Energy Emergency Leadership Act requires the Secretary of Energy to elevate energy emergency and energy security functions to the Assistant Secretary level. The FAST Act allowed the department to establish the Office of Cybersecurity and Energy Security Emergency Response, or CSER. Now it's imperative that we establish a high-level official to oversee the office and be the go-to person with respect to infrastructure, cybersecurity, emergency planning, and emerging threats. Energy emergencies and the security of our energy infrastructure
are paramount concerns for our nation's stability, economic prosperity, and the well-being of our constituents. As we've witnessed in recent years, natural disasters, cyber attacks, and other unforeseen events have demonstrated the vulnerability of our energy systems and the potential consequences of disruption in supply. By establishing a designated leader within the agency, we're ensuring that the necessary attention, expertise, and resources are devoted to effectively prepare for and respond to energy emergencies. This elevation will facilitate a more streamlined and coordinated approach in addressing energy disruptions, bolstering our nation's resilience, and mitigating the potential adverse impacts on our economy and national security. As our adversaries deploy more advanced tactics to disrupt our energy security, we must be better prepared. Thank you to my friend and co-lead Congresswoman Blunt Rochester. Wink, wink. For joining me on this legislation. With it, we will provide DOE with the tools to address the ever-growing threats and secure our energy future. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? The lady from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. And thank you for the recognition. The Energy Emergency Leadership Act is a bipartisan bill, as my good friend Mr. Wahlberg just shared, that will protect our energy grid from cyber attacks and other threats to our energy infrastructure. We have seen this legislation pass in the House in previous Congresses, but it is my hope that this year it will make it past the House, up to the Senate, and be signed by the President, because the need grows stronger every single day. In 2022, the number of risks to critical infrastructure escalated due to the increase in cyber ransom crimes, threats from nation-state actors, and the war in Ukraine. Our energy grid is facing escalating threats from the wanton destruction of power substations in states like North Carolina to extreme weather events and rising sea levels. And another catastrophic cyber attack like that on the Colonial Pipeline looms over our energy grid daily. The Department of Energy understands that action must be taken, which is why they created the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, CSER. They have done a fantastic job using the office to protect our power resources that ensure the health and wellness of our country and our economy. The Energy Emergency Leadership Act will further support the work of this office by designating in statute an assistant secretary responsible for cybersecurity and emergency response issues. This will ensure CSER is a resource for years to come. It is essential that we make our systems as secure as possible. Any vulnerability to our grid is a threat to our national security. And I am proud, again, proud to co-lead the Energy Emergency Leadership Act with Mr. Wahlberg, because it is imperative that we take proactive steps to mitigate the risk of these types of attacks. This legislation will help in achieving that goal. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on approving H.R. 3277, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Ms. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Call the names of those who are not recorded.
Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Oh,
How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1042 as amended by the Subcommittee on Energy, Climate, and Grid Security and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print showing the text of H.R. 1042 as favorably forwarded by the Subcommittee on Energy, Climate, and Grid Security on May 16, 2023. A bill to prohibit the importation into the United States of unirradiated, low-enriched uranium.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on H.R. 1042. We no longer ignore the risk posed by America's reliance on Russian nuclear. Our nuclear industry continues to purchase more than 20% of its nuclear fuel from Russia. Russia could disrupt these supplies to the United States at any time, and as we all know, Putin will not hesitate to weaponize Russia's energy supplies for his strategic advantage. We've already seen this play out in Europe. Nuclear fuel is not like natural gas. The nuclear industry has long lead fueling practices and large inventories of fuels available, including government inventories, and enables protection from disruptions for many years. H.R. 1042 sends a strong signal to industry and provides certainty that Russian fuels won't be able to flood the American market anytime soon. In fact, fuel processing plants in the United States already have licensed capacity today that they need to replace the supply of Russian low-enriched uranium. The problem is that no processing facility will invest the billions of dollars necessary to achieve that licensed capacity unless they have the certainty of long-term contracts for their products to cover their investments. And the orders from their fuel customers will not be made if there remains uncertainty that Russia will be able to flood the market like it has in so many other examples with its massive production capacity. HR 42 puts America's private nuclear market to work. This is a mature market. We do not need the federal government taking control of fuel supplies before we ban Russian fuels. That's just a recipe for delay and market volatility. We're still waiting on DOE to implement the provisions of the Energy Act of 2020, provisions originating with this committee to develop production capacity for advanced nuclear fuels. It's been 3 years. This isn't the kind of certainty the market needs. Strengthening American leadership in nuclear technology and innovation is a top priority for me and this committee, this Congress. It is critical, as we all know, to our economy, our national security, and it must be a part of a strong energy mix. We need to restore the vision that we once had regarding American nuclear to ensure America, not Russia or China, is leading, and I urge you to support the Prohibiting Russian Uranium Act, and I yield back. Chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I was just gonna do an amendment.
Okay. Chair has, or the ranking member, anyone else seeking to discuss the underlying bill? Mr. Ladd is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and strike the last word. I want to speak in favor of the chair's legislation, the Prohibiting Russian Uranium Imports Act, of which I am an original co-sponsor, and emphasize the importance of new provisions that require the completion of a market evaluation. As we discussed in the Energy Subcommittee last week, Congress must send a message to our domestic nuclear industry and to our adversaries that the United States is ending its reliance on foreign nations for nuclear fuels. We need to regain our competitive edge in the nuclear space, which can only be done by enacting policies that will encourage growth in the mining, production, enrichment, and conversion of uranium right here at home. HR 1042 sends the necessary market signal that Russian uranium imports will be cut off and industry will need to focus on new fuel sources for the long term. It also includes an amendment that I offered in subcommittee that will direct DOE to conduct a comprehensive market evaluation to gain up-to-date information on potential domestic supply needs. If this market evaluation shows deficiencies and the Secretary identifies assistance that may be necessary, then I'm prepared to work with my colleagues in this committee and at DOE to make sure that the needs of our domestic nuclear industry are addressed. Additionally, I'm continuing to work on an updated version of my nuclear fuels legislation will help the development of the HALEU supply and related domestic production capacity. I look forward to collaborating with my colleagues in a bipartisan fashion to advance this bill after incorporating feedback from the stakeholders. Again, I urge my colleagues to support HR 1042. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? Ranking Member Pallone.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment of the desk labeled MNFC01.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print of H.R. 1042, offered by Mr. Pallone.
Clerk will
Add at the end the
suspend
following.
the reading of the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, I offered an amendment at the Energy Subcommittee markup, but this is important enough that I want to offer it again. I want to be clear, I support weaning our domestic nuclear industry off imports of Russian uranium. However, that has to be partnered with investments in our domestic nuclear fuel conversion and enrichment industries so we don't hinder our single largest source of clean energy. Without those investments, the bill's target of ending Russian uranium imports by 2028 is simply not tenable. Right now, there is only a single uranium enrichment facility operating in the United States, and it can only support roughly 1/3 of our civilian nuclear fleet's enriched uranium needs. There are 0 uranium conversion facilities currently operating in the U.S., so simply put, right now, we lack the vital infrastructure to ban all Russian uranium imports overnight without causing damage to our nation's nuclear industry. Now, my amendment adds Mr. Lauda's bill, the Nuclear Fuel Security Act, to H.R. 1042, and would create programs within DOE to ensure the supply of low-enriched uranium that our current reactors need. It will also ensure the supply of a high-assay, low-enriched uranium that future advanced reactors will need, while we wind down our imports of Russian uranium. Partnering these two bills together provides companies with the certainty and ability they need to make necessary investments in the domestic nuclear supply chain and ensures we can get ourselves off Russian uranium responsibly. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm agrees with the idea of partnering a Russian uranium ban with investments in our own supply chain. When she appeared before the Energy Subcommittee 2 weeks ago, she affirmed that she wanted to, I quote, "work with Congress on a uranium strategy that gives us the ability to finance the processing, the conversion, and the enrichment in the United States." And Madam Chair, I generally understand if you don't want to take the Secretary of Energy's word for it, but listen to Senator Barrasso, ranking member of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, hardly a partisan Democrat. Last week, Senator Barrasso expressed his strong support for the Senate companion to Mr. Latta's Nuclear Fuel Security Act and said that the bill has strong bipartisan support. We have a divided government in the 118th Congress. That's just a fact. That means that any piece of legislation that makes it to the president's desk must have strong bipartisan support. Partnering a phase-out of importing Russian uranium with investments in our domestic nuclear supply chain has that strong bipartisan support. And this bill I'm offering as an amendment passed out of the committee in the Senate just last week on a voice vote with a bipartisan amendment that added a requirement to phase out the importation of Russian uranium. Now, I must say, I can't believe I'm praising action by the Senate, Madam Chair. John Dingell, I'm looking at his portrait up there, might come down and strike me for mentioning the Senate in such a positive way. But the fact of the matter is, every single senator on the committee supported that strong bipartisan idea, and I think that if we do that, we'll have a very good chance of getting this bill passed. So I hope that every member on this committee can support that same bipartisan idea today. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ladd, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word, and thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the continued engagement on this issue. As I said last week during our subcommittee markup, I am proud of the previous work that I've done on this issue and for helping to spur this important conversation that we're having. However, because we've received new feedback from stakeholders in industry, we're now working to make changes and revisions to the Nuclear Fuel Security Act. I'm absolutely committed to moving legislation on nuclear fuels in a bipartisan manner. Today, together we can identify the necessary reforms that will better position DOE to support domestic nuclear infrastructure, especially advanced fuel capacity, which this committee has a record of leading, particularly in our provisions in the Energy Act of 2020. The issue before us today, however, is to create the market signals to unleash investment in American nuclear infrastructure. If my friend and colleague would be willing to withdraw the amendment, I am committed to working with you and the chair to incorporate bipartisan viewpoints so we can enhance this my legislation and move it through regular order in the near future. And I yield to my friend if you are willing to withdraw the amendment.
No, unfortunately, I don't want to withdraw it. I'd like to work with you, but I do think that
Well, thank you.
to have a vote.
If not, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
I'm stuck on the
underlying-
Senate.
Underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. The vote occurs on the ranking member's amendment. He wants a roll call. He demands a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Can Mr. Burgess repeat his vote? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Can Mr. Harshbarger repeat her vote? Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes no. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes aye. Ms. Watt Rochester. Ms. Watt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes no.
Recorded.
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Mr. Dunn votes no.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes no.
Any other members seeking to be recorded?
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Ms. Kamick votes no.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 23 ayes and 26 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Without a, let's see here. I was on the right page. The question now occurs on approving HR 1042. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. No. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rodgers.
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Are there any members seeking to be recorded? Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 29 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1640 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1640, a bill to prohibit
Without
the
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the lady from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word to
Jenna.
talk about my bill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am proud to sponsor H.R. 1640, the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. The bill prohibits the Department of Energy from implementing its proposed rule that would eliminate the future sale of the vast majority of gas stove products that are available today. There are basically two types of gas stoves: the cooktops that don't include an oven and are mounted on top of the counter, and the more common freestanding ranges that combine the cooktop with the oven. The proposed rule, based on DOE's own analysis, would eliminate 96% of gas cooktops available today. Even worse, the rule would eliminate all currently available models of freestanding ranges, which make up almost 90% of all gas stoves sold today. Let me repeat. No freestanding ranges that have been tested meet the standards level under the proposed new rule. So, when Secretary Granholm told us the new rule would only affect high-end gas stove products, that's simply not the case. Testing by the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers found that under the proposed rule, the time it would take to boil a pot of water would increase by about 7 minutes. Over a full year, the new standard could cost consumers nearly a full day simply waiting for water to boil. The new standard could mean ranges and cooktops would have no more than one large burner, which of course would be difficult for large families. In DOE's own report, which is right here, it says that the proposed rule would eliminate 96% of an entire class of cooktops available today. Then later on, DOE claimed that only 50% of the products available today would be eliminated. But it appears DOE pulled this number, quite frankly, out of thin air, because DOE didn't even test the stoves that they said would qualify, so how do they know that they would? To date, Department of Energy provides no data or substantiation for how it determined the models on retailer websites would meet its proposed standards. Department of Energy estimates that the proposed rule will save a whopping $21.89 per stove over 14 years. That's a whopping $1.50 a year or 12 cents a month. Hardly worth the lack of consumer choice. Hardly worth the lack of not having large burners. Hardly worth waiting for water to boil for 7 additional minutes. According to the Department of Energy, natural gas is 3.5 times cheaper than electricity. According to studies, households that use natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying save an average of $1,068 per year compared to homes using electricity for those applications. This bill already has 58 bipartisan co-sponsors. Republicans and 29 Democrats already voted for an amendment included in H.R. 1 to do basically the same thing as this bill. I ask my colleagues to join me in protecting consumer choice.
I ask my colleagues to join me in saving our gas stoves. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes. Madam Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record letters from the American Gas Association, from Atmos Energy, Centerpoint Energy, the American Public Gas Association, the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, and a letter from Southwest Gas Corporation, which delivers natural gas to Arizona, Nevada, and California, and the Arizona Restaurant Association, all supporting my bill, and I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Lady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word. Ms. Castor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in opposition. I do not know why our GOP friends are so dead set against cost-saving, energy-efficient appliances. But you know, I think we do know why. It's the same old story, protecting the profits of oil and gas corporations. The Republican bill, H.R. 1640, this is what it does. It would prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing or enforcing a February proposed rule that would improve the efficiency of electric and gas stoves and thereby allow our neighbors back home to save money on their energy bills. DOE's proposed rule is one of their statutorily required updates, and it follows years of inaction and missed statutorily mandated standards deadlines by the Trump administration. They stalled and stalled. That's costing our neighbors a lot of money. But I have to say, the misinformation being spread through this messaging bill is beneath the dignity of this committee. The Energy and Commerce Committee has an important responsibility of oversight of public health risk to our families. We also have a very important oversight responsibility for energy policy, which to Democrats includes saving our neighbors money on their electric bills. So I think the proper name of this bill would really be the Gaslighting Act. You know, DOE cannot ban gas stoves. Go look at their website, energy.gov, where they compare gas stoves and electric stoves, pros and cons, or take it directly from Secretary Granholm, who is right here, who said, nobody is taking your gas stove, nobody's taking her gas stove. The bottom line is the Republicans want to stop the Department of Energy from updating energy efficiency standards that save consumers money. And on the other bill, the next bill, they want to bury the information that burning methane gas in your kitchen when it's not ventilated is harmful to children especially. In fact, gas stoves pump carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, carcinogens, and other pollutants right into your kitchen, which can trigger asthma attacks and have significant heart impacts. It's a real problem, especially because most people do not have proper ventilation. And I hope you all will recognize what the impacts are on children especially. Here's a stat that I think is very important. Children who live in homes with gas stoves are 42% more likely to experience asthma symptoms than homes with electric stoves. So this is a very important bill, but it also is it's a very important bill to oppose. But it's an important opportunity to remind everyone that in the Inflation Reduction Act, we're trying to save you money, lower cost on your energy bills. Within the next year, the High Efficiency Electric Home Rebate, created as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, could lower the cost of Energy Star-approved induction cooktops and ranges by up to $840. And that money is directly deducted when you buy or install your appliance, as opposed to having to file it on your tax return. Go to rewiringamerica.org, plug in your zip code, and you'll see a whole host of new discounts and rebates for energy-efficient appliances.
Americans value energy-efficient appliances. They want to save money on their electric bills. Don't let Republicans and the oil and gas companies mislead you. I urge a no vote on this bill, properly termed the Gaslighting Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion,
I move to strike the last word.
gentleman from Georgia is
never in my
recognized. Strike the
imagination
last word.
would I believe that I would be speaking to save my wife's gas stove here today, but I promised her I would do it. So, honey, this is for you.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 1640, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber.
I'm not going to be gaslighted. I vote aye.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Can Mr. Sarbanes repeat his vote? No. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers. Chair Rodgers votes aye.
I vote aye. Are there any members? Oh, yes. Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Duncan recorded?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Mr. Duncan votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 31 ayes and 18 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1615 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1615, a bill to prohibit the use
Without
of...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act, would prohibit funding to the Consumer Product Safety Commission for two purposes. First, to regulate gas stoves as a banned hazardous product, or second, to impose or enforce any consumer product safety standard or rule regarding gas stoves that would result in a prohibition on the use or sale of the appliance or otherwise substantially increase the average price.
We are advancing this bill today because Commissioner Richard Trumka Jr. has made repeated statements that the Commission was considering substantial regulatory action on gas stoves, including a December 2022 statement that a ban on gas stoves was a possibility. The chairman has walked back Commissioner Trumka's impetuous statements by declaring, "I am not looking to ban gas stoves." However, despite the chairman's cleanup statement, the commission has since issued a March 1st request for information that includes repeated mentions of toxic emissions and chronic hazards regarding gas stoves. We all agree that consumer product safety is important. Yet it is apparent that the underlying motivation behind this veiled consumer safety plan is a green climate agenda with a goal to further restrict natural gas. And you don't have to take my word for it. In a letter sent to the commission by 20 congressional Democrats in December 2022, that first mentioned the equivalent climate impact of regulating gas stoves before ever addressing the merits of any health concern. And let's get into the alleged health concerns. First, multiple studies claiming that gas stoves create harmful indoor emissions levels have been criticized for inaccurate conclusions in testing that failed to simulate real-world conditions. Some of those studies measured indoor emissions in an area enclosed in a plastic tarp without ventilation. Meanwhile, studies in actual homes under real-life conditions found that nitrogen dioxide levels were well below the standard EPA considers harmful to health. Further, other cooking-related and non-cooking-related emission factors have a meaningful impact on indoor emissions. Things like chemical makeup of food and oils, cooking temperature, cooking methods, food surface to mass index, the use of exhaust and ventilation, as well as the burning of tobacco, candles, and incense. Again, all of this is secondary because we know the motivation at the CPSC and throughout the entire administration is a green climate push. They seek to dictate how Americans live every aspect of their lives, how Americans save and invest for the future by pushing ESG, how Americans drive by banning gas-powered cars, and now how Americans cook their food. I urge everyone to vote in favor of H.R. 1615 so we can at least end the Commission's misguided foray into home cooking preferences of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes the lady from Illinois.
I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
So I'm going to start with process, although I don't think that's the biggest issue. You know, our subcommittee that deals with issues of consumer protection did not have a single hearing. There was no talk about it whatsoever. There was certainly not a markup. This is really the first we heard of it, that the CPSC was thinking about. They had a dream about, maybe. But there was no legislation, there was no decision that there was somehow going to be a ban on gas stoves. Now, I am the owner of a gas stove, and I would like to know if there are problems with gas stoves. I have a family, I have children, I have grandchildren, just like I want to know some of the safety features of the car that I drive. We all do, and a lot of the products that we have. We would like to have some investigation. That is what the Consumer Product Safety Commission does. It looks into this. And everybody got all excited. Oh my God, they're going to come in my house and take away, not my guns, but my gas stove. I mean, this is, I think, a bit paranoid here. And I would like to, rather than say, oh, there's no way that there's going to be a decision on the part of consumers that is based on fact to decide whether you want a gas stove or not. Now, there, as my colleague said, that there's some evidence that there really is there are some issues that we may want to consider. There may even want to be some suggestions of how we can ameliorate some of the problems that may be raised. But let's not look into any of it. I think that makes no sense. That is not good policy making. That is not the basis on which we pass a law that would eliminate any kind of research through the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This is not about the Consumer Product Safety Commission wanting to control your life, which is what I heard from our last speaker, and I think that doesn't make any sense. So I think that we ought to calm down. There is no bill at hand that would prevent you from having a gas stove at all. No one's coming into your house, into your home, making a decision for you. Let's find out. And in fact, Mr. Tonko and I, last year, at the end of last year, went to make sure that the Consumer Product Safety Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency were working together to do a little bit of research on whether this is a problem product. So I want to know as an owner, and so I would suggest that we just hold our horses here and take a deep breath and not pass a bill that would eliminate a potentially dangerous product. And with that, I'm going to yield back to Mr. Pallone.
I think I'm going to take my own time quickly, though, but I know that, does someone else have Mr. Palmer?
Oh, there were others, okay.
Are you going to
Then I
speak?
yield back.
Let him go.
First of all,
Gentlelady yields back. Chair yields 5 minutes to Mr. Palmer.
I move to strike the last
Strike the
word.
last word.
First of all, it's comforting to hear from my Democrat colleagues that if you like your stove, you can keep your stove. I just want to remind people that practically every energy decision and action taken and made by the Biden administration and taken by the Biden administration and the Democrat majority in the last Congress has resulted in higher costs for food, clothing, household utilities, and everything else. And this is just what's going on at the Department of Energy is just a continuation of those bad decisions. Democrat opposition to natural gas stoves is just another example of their radical attachment to the Green New Deal agenda that is going to further undermine our economy, and I think will ultimately compromise our national security. So this gets a little bit bigger than just gas stoves and whether or not you don't want to cook on a gas stove or you want something else. So I do appreciate the fact that if we like our stove, we can keep our stove. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member. 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, and I won't use all the time, but despite claims by the majority that they are committed to regular order, they put H.R. 1615 on today's full committee markup without holding a single hearing on the bill or on the Consumer Product Safety Commission's important work exploring the potential health hazards related to gas stove emissions. Instead, the Republicans provided us with less than 48 hours' notice that they were including H.R. 1615 in today's markup, and obviously that's not regular order. Moreover, protecting children's and all consumers' health and safety should not be a partisan issue, but the majority is not focused on the important role that the Consumer Product Safety Commission plays in protecting the public against hazardous consumer products. Instead, Republicans have continuously touted what I consider a false narrative about a ban on gas stoves that Consumer Product Safety Commission Chair Hone Sarek has clearly stated is not under consideration, while ignoring legitimate concerns raised by stakeholders about potential hazards posed by gas stove emissions and the reasonable work of the Commission in inviting input on whether gas stove emissions pose risks to children and their families. What's more, this bill is so broad that it could prevent the Consumer Product Safety Commission from taking action if it finds that a particular model of gas stoves has a design flaw that creates other serious safety risks, for example, a risk of exploding. Now, Congress established a CPSC as an independent commission to ensure that dangerous products would not be used as political footballs. We must allow the Consumer Product Safety Commission to rely on its expert staff to do their job. This bill, in my opinion, sets a dangerous precedent at stifling the Consumer Product Safety Commission's research and reducing the tools it has available to protect American families from potential safety risks. So I would urge a no on it, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 1615. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the vote. The roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks? Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick? Ms. Kamick? Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Eshu? Ms. Eshu votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle? Ms. Dingle? Ms. Dingle? Mr. Veazey? Ms. Custer? Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagon? Ms. Badagon votes no. Ms. Bell Rochester? Ms. Bell Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Craig? Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Hand? Mr. Hand votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rodgers?
Aye.
Chair Rodgers votes aye.
Are there any members seeking to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Chair Rodgers, on that vote, we have 29 ayes and 19 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Are there anything else?
There are some procedural things at the end.
Okay, without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered, without objection. Oh,
There's supposed to be a unanimous consent that everything on this list is part of the record without objection.
okay.
So it's the minority majority staff list.
Okay, without objection, the list provided by the majority and the minority, documents for the record, 52423, full committee markup, will be entered into the record without objection. So ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned. All right. Great job, Jessica, Noah,